Okay, YouTube is... I can click on things in Firefox. That's a good thing. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, so let's start over, I suppose. So what we're doing today is we're getting into an editor called Cocoon. And so there are a few things that are interesting about Cocoon, but we'll kind of cover them as we go. And the reason for this is basically that I think it's time to kind of let go of my current NeoVim setup, NeoVim in general, most likely. Mostly because I feel like quality has been dropping for quite some time in that project. I can't really explain what exactly, how much, but regardless. And it's just annoying to constantly kind of depend on other people. And of course you can take care of your own NeoVim experience, but if we're going to do that, then we may as well kind of switch to something else, to be completely honest, right? And something that's maybe built on more interesting ideas at the very least. So this is as much about sort of trying out something new as it is about switching to something better. So with that, we may as well get into what is it that sets Cocoon apart from other editors. What sets it apart from NeoVim specifically. So the most obvious thing is it has movements and selections first, and then verbs. So for someone who is very, has used Vim a lot, that is definitely a strange thing. So if we were to kind of illustrate that, if I go to 17 here, this was just a movement, right? But if I press W here, we are selecting something. If I press W again, we're selecting this word. And then I can change it. Whereas in Vim and NeoVim, we would obviously be saying, I want to change a movement instead of movement and then change. So Cocoon is different in that sense that movements come first, verbs come second, and implicitly you are often selecting something when you're moving around. Not always, but it's a lot more about seeing the area that you're going to be affecting first and then doing something with that area is how I would say it. So that sets Cocoon apart. Obviously, there are other editors that have that paradigm nowadays. Helix is one that was inspired by Cocoon. It went sort of more traditional routes in other things. And that's the part where I think Cocoon sets itself apart from other editors also, that Cocoon does not have a plugin language, really. It has a scripting language that is very limited. That scripting language, all it really knows is how to talk to external processes, expand shell expressions, and access the options that exist and values that exist in Cocoon. That's the only thing the Cocoon scripting kind of language actually does. What you actually do when you use Cocoon is you delegate pretty much everything to external processes. Now, of course, we know that for real plugins, this is something you tend to do anyway, but Cocoon is built with this from the ground up, right? It does not do anything else, in fact. It just does that part effectively. And often what will happen when you have something that you're doing in Cocoon, now, mind you, all of this is coming from someone who is very new to Cocoon. I literally started using it yesterday. So, this is, I'm saying this from my understanding, just so you know. But the thing that from what I understand, oftentimes what tools will actually do is that they will effectively be sending commands back to Cocoon. That's how they control Cocoon. That's how they interact with Cocoon in fact. You can do this a few different ways. You can literally just spawn a shell, get some output, and that's it. You can also have FIFO bridges, basically. So you can communicate in real time with a process on standard in and so on. Let's see. I like the idea of Cocoon present, but the lack of Windows support. Oh yeah. No. I don't think it's for everyone, and definitely. I think, honestly, Cocoon, it builds itself as, let's see what I think that there's the tagline of Cocoon is pretty telling. So I'm not gonna kind of try to say that Cocoon is for everyone, or that it's even the final form of this whole paradigm, right? We know, for example, that Helix is far more popular and a lot more successful by taking only the movements and then verbs part of this and then saying, but otherwise we have a normal editor. What I am interested in right now is the experimental nature of this idea of essentially making an editor that's based essentially on the Unix philosophy, where Cocoon doesn't really do much. It just knows how to call programs and execute shell stuff. And then setting up protocols for how do you actually get stuff into Cocoon when you use that paradigm, sort of. So the tagline for Cocoon is Mo's experiment for a better code editor, right? And I think that says a lot. It's definitely an experiment, and that's how I'm viewing this right now as well. This to me is an experiment, but I will say that it's an experiment that I am so far. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued enough to actually move forward with this, right? And that's not because everything is easy. It's more because I think I can see the potential more than anything, right? Easy is not the... I wouldn't describe certain things as being necessarily easy or super straightforward. There's definitely a lot of stuff that seems to me to be, okay, you do have to, sometimes you actually have to kind of work around this paradigm and make sort of the best of it in a way. And use things that I ordinarily would not have come up with, to be completely honest, in order to do things and so on. So I think Cocoon is sort of, it's an experiment in many ways. An experiment for me right now, an experiment clearly for the creator and the users in general. But I think it's an intriguing experiment. And one that I am happy to be trying out, I will say. And there's lots of good stuff to find here. So let's go over some of these things that I think kind of, I think they make Cocoon kind of shine a little bit when you look at them. So first of all, I mean, we just have shell scripts in the config, and that might not be a good thing for people, but so look at the brilliance of this thing here, right? I still have not gotten used to, I don't have visual mode, whatever. But here we're just saying, like, execute some shell script. Create the autoload directory, if it doesn't exist, -p here, right? And then create a symlink to the standard libraries autoload. The reason for this is if you create an autoload directory and you put something in it, by default, Cocoon will stop autoloading the standard lib and so on. I'm inclined to agree, but I will tell you that I feel like a newborn with this editing paradigm. To be honest, I'm getting there. Yesterday I forced myself to use Cocoon only. Whatever I was doing, I'm just using Cocoon. I like learning things like this because it forces you to deal with issues instead of saying, oh, I'm just going to open NeoVim real quick to do this thing. And so on. So it was the same when I learned Svorak, the Swedish version of Dvorak. So, and you can imagine learning a completely new keyboard layout. That's a great way to feel like a newborn as well. But basically, I started on a Friday, and by Sunday, I was already up at reasonable speeds, because that whole weekend, I literally just forced myself to not even jump into QWERTY at all. I was just saying, we're doing it with Svorak, and it will take a long time, but it's fine. We're just going to do that because eventually this will have worked itself into muscle memory, and it will get easier and easier. Also, I played a lot of Typing of the Dead, if anyone knows what that is. So Typing of the Dead is a game, sort of like these shooter games, you know, where you have a light gun. But instead of shooting the monsters, you have to type words and so on. So I downloaded this game that weekend, on the Friday actually, and I wouldn't say I played that a lot, but it was good practice, because, you know, you kind of gamify this whole, I have to remember where the characters are the whole time and so on. And yeah, what I would say is, I think I don't really have problems writing QWERTY, by the way, like not any meaningful ones. So, and I kind of never have really. Unlearning a keyboard layout is a lot harder than you think, is what I would say. Even if you tried, you probably couldn't, to be completely honest. But yeah, so forcing yourself to use something is a great way to, I mean, if you have time, obviously. Before, honestly, I have wanted to learn Cocoon, but I've had obligations that really made it infeasible. You know, you can't just be like, oh, by the way, work is going to slow down to remarkable degrees for the next 4 days because I'm just using something else, or I'm learning a new keyboard layout. Well, probably not. Right? You probably want to be a little bit more sensible. But as it stands right now, this is actually a pretty opportune time for me to get into something new and build something that I actually want to use instead. Because I honestly do have time at the moment. So the short version of why Cocoon is, one, I want to get into selections and then verbs. I think it's interesting because you kind of see what you're working on before you make the changes and so on. I am not good at it. I'm certainly not at this point, you know, well versed in it. And I think some of the alt bindings in Cocoon are ridiculously bad for me. I don't understand why you would want to use alt as a modifier key for anything. I'll be honest. It's super strange to me to do that, but you know, I'm trying to get into it. I'm giving it sort of a good try. And also Cocoon, out of the editors that I know of, it's the only one that actually kind of maximalizes the Unix philosophy, in the sense that it's not up to Cocoon to solve every problem for you. You can solve every problem with programs and Cocoon. And so I really want to just try that and give that a really fair shake. And then at the end of this, I will either be able to say Cocoon was a waste of time, or I will have built a Cocoon experience that I really, really, really like. The keyboards expect you to use right alt and right control using the other hand. Well, yeah, that's a problem because my right alt is my modifier key for special symbols with Svorak, so this will never work for me. Well, yeah, I don't know. This is a Cocoon config, yes. And so let's go over a few things here, right? I think it's interesting to look at some of these things. So first, like I said before, I like the idea of having shell scripts do things in your config. You know, I don't think that this is something that everyone likes, obviously, but I just find this so nice because it's like, I have the power of my computer in my config file, and that's really it. I really like that aspect of this. That intrigues me at the very least. And so why these particular lines exist is because when you add an autoload directory, which we are doing here inside of our config directory, Cocoon stops loading the autoload from the Cocoon runtime. So the Cocoon runtime is a special directory. It's user share Cocoon or whatever, right? User share Cac. And so the reason we're doing this here is we're symlinking the standard library into our autoload so that we do load the standard library stuff. Now you could choose to not do that and you would have a completely like your own experience. Perfectly reasonable to do. I'm using some of the make things and so on in order to build stuff with the make command and so on. So for me, it kind of makes more sense to say, hey, we do want the standard library so far at the very least. I mean, it's not a beautiful language, I will say that, and it can be very difficult to understand the different scopes of expansion, is what I will say. There's a lot of different expansion scopes that happen in Cocoon script that I think are difficult to make sense of until you kind of have looked at them enough. I'm sure it makes sense to a lot of people, but it does not 100% make sense to me yet. Like I said, I'm on day 2 now of doing this. And so, yeah, a lot of this does not make sense to me. In terms of, the scoping and so on, things. There are things that kind of, you can find an analogy in programming that kind of makes sense. But some of it, it can be very difficult to make sense of. So here, what I'm really doing up here is just a bunch of bookkeeping in some sense, setting up menus and so on. So this is nothing super interesting. We do have a user mode menu. So when I press space, this opens user mode. User mode is really a place to put your own stuff in, right? Hence the name user mode. Let's see here. Is there support for NVIM using Lua? You can use whatever you want in Cocoon. The only thing Cocoon does is it allows you to delegate to other programs to get input and so on. So you can write Odin programs. You can actually, let's take a look at the more interesting parts of this, right? Because the user menu is interesting in that you can set up your own menus. I have a make menu here where we can go to next and previous. I have a config menu. We can actually go to our Cac config and we can source the config, blah, 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 whatever. Let's go to an interesting thing. So we have this pick file function here, right? And this is a prompt that is represented as a menu. And it takes the candidates for choices from a command, from a shell script. That shell script is fd-t f. That's the fd command on the command line with type file. What it's going to do is it's going to show a prompt saying file here. And then when we pick a value, it's going to edit the value of what we chose. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the config language is a way to set up calling programs. That's all Cac actually does, right? It's just calling programs and getting values from them in order to do things in Cocoon. That's all it does. What you choose to write those programs in does not matter. You can write shell scripts, you can write Lua, you can, I don't know, fucking VB. Probably not, but whatever. If something can send like standard output, it can deal with, it can be used from Cocoon. So it's fine. You can use whatever you want. So let's look at this pick file thing. I have in fact added this to go-to mode, which is if I press space and I press G, here we have the menu for go-to mode in the bottom right. So if I press F here, we can now see we get completion. So let's say I wanted to go to complete Odin core. Now I get completion like this. And so I can now just press enter here, and we now edit this file. Now I didn't use any kind of interesting thing here to say, let's say telescope. I didn't have to install telescope and say, there's a git telescope picker, blah, 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 this and that. And I mention this because I also have made a Fossil file picker, right? Because I use Fossil. And so what we can do is we can do the same thing we did with FD that looks for files. By the way, I should illustrate what FD does, right? So if we run this command, fd tf, this is what gets output. So that's what Kak is working with when you use this command. So I've defined this pick file command to do that. That then gets put into those candidates are used here as shell script candidates for this prompt. So that's how we're getting those values. So likewise, I can also say, well, what if I want to choose only the files that are in Fossil? Right? This is not super strange. We do this all the time. We want to only pick from the files that we have in Git, for example. So space G and G. I've called this VCS file because eventually it will support Git as well. And now I get the same thing. The only thing that changed here was the command fossil ls. But the fundamentals of how to get this information back into Cocoon are the same. Right? I delegate to a program that produces a list of files, and I can now choose between those things. Right? So here, notably, we don't have we don't have the same alternatives we had with pick file. So we don't have complete Odin core here. Why is that, right? Because it's not in Fossil. But I could add it to Fossil, right? And in fact, we probably will. I have used Odin where I worked, yes. I mean, I don't have that contract anymore, but I use Odin for everything. My most recent contract was 2 years of Odin, approximately. Yeah, about 2 years, I guess. Actually, no, I'm not sure. And then a contract for the same client after that for about a month as well, on a much smaller project. So, where was I? Right, so Fossil ls, right? And in fact, if we really just wanted to execute some shell script, and we wanted to add our this file that we had to Fossil, we could do this from the editor here as well. We could say nop sh Fossil add, and here we can say scripts complete Odin core, like this. And this should now mean that when I do GG, we can see complete Odin core here, right? I wouldn't, I'll be honest, I wouldn't call Odin an upcoming language necessarily. Not because it's not new or whatever. I don't think it's upcoming, as in the sense that I think that there's a very low chance of Odin being, let's say, a competitive language in the future. So if someone was looking for that, I don't know that Odin would be the most solid choice for that on that particular aspect. I think it is the most solid choice in other aspects, but I probably don't view this the same way a lot of people do. Language popularity and how important it is and so on. I don't need Odin to be popular. I think it's I wouldn't recommend necessarily relying on that at the very least, to be honest. But yeah, so Cocoon really just defines ways of interacting with other programs in the end. Of course, there are, there are aspects of the scripting language that you have to learn, but fundamentally, the actual paradigm is really just delegating to programs that somehow return something to Cocoon. Oh yeah, Scala is a whole lot more popular than Odin probably ever will be. By the way, I'm not saying any of this to be disparaging or negative. By the way, to me, that is not a negative, I will say. So if people think I'm being super negative about Odin when I say that, that is not what I'm at all. I don't want to give that impression. I have never been more positive about Odin than I am. But I also have zero expectations when it comes to Odin being popular, Odin being somehow like something people choose, that many places use, and so on. I don't think that that's something to really strive for in general. So yeah, I don't want to give that impression, at least, that I'm sitting here and being negative about Odin and somehow, no, it's the best language I've used by far. I have not found a language that makes me more productive. I do contract work, yes. I mean, I don't know if that qualifies me as a freelancer. I have a company that I run, and that company has clients. We have a grand total of 2 employees, and we do design work and programming. Primarily, I do long-term contracts for more advanced work, and then that's pretty much it for the programming part of it. Do not aspire to be like other people. Be who you are and who you want to actually be, just as a thing. Don't aspire to be like people who stream and make videos on YouTube. Just learn things and value just learning things and doing things, practicing a lot, and so on. That's the thing you should focus on. Most YouTube stuff is way too controlled and way too practiced and so on, to be completely honest. Either that, or is literally just all a bunch of opinions with very little experience. There are people who claim, for example, they worked on back-end stuff at Twitch, and then you hear all of their opinions on back-end stuff, and it's all fucking nonsense, and so on. So yeah, be careful what you I mean, you work on whatever lang that you like to work on. For beginners, it's hard to do something like that. People use Python. Yeah, sure, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I definitely, I would argue that you should aspire to have a more, let's say, positive attitude when it comes to, no, I can actually learn things and it can be useful, and you know, all of those things. That's definitely something to think, you know, that something to aspire to. Not sure if you had the same issue with Odin, but it didn't do well with using the reflecting package in a hot loop. Not sure. No, absolutely. Reflection in. So if you're actually using the reflect package, yeah, you'll. It has incredibly bad performance. So what we ended up doing, for the purposes of code generation, or you know, having functions that look at types and do certain things based on those types, which obviously I used reflection first for, just to see how it would turn out. That had incredibly bad performance, and there was nothing really you shouldn't do anything about that. The much better solution is realize you can do most of that with code generation. Most likely. You probably don't need, in a hot loop, you probably just want functions that do simple things. And those functions should be precompiled and so on. There's no need to do any of that, even semi-dynamically. You would have similarly bad results if you were trying to use function pointers and structures and so on and stuff like this. So what you really just ought to be doing is write a parser for the types that you're dealing with instead, and then output the code that you need for each of those. Because likely there's a very, very simple format of what you need to do for each of those types. So in our case, we were doing binary serialization and deserialization. And what I did was I wrote a tool that just uses the Odin parser in the standard library to read types from a package. And in the same package, output a module that just generates all of the serialization and deserialization functions. So, you know, something read, something write, basically. Serdi is a piece of shit. For sure. It's a very terrible solution to the problem. Mostly because it does this at compile time, and it balloons compile times to absolute nonsense levels, is what I would say. Whereas for 180 types, the serialization and deserialization code that we have, it took 4 milliseconds, last I checked, to generate that file. So we could do it literally every save, and it wouldn't impact anything. So literally every time you save a file, we could generate all of that code again. Not a problem. But good luck trying to get 30 to do literally anything in 4 milliseconds at compile time. It simply will not. It's a terrible solution. And this is why code generation really just beats most other ways of doing this. Because it's incredibly simple, straightforward. It's literally just a program that looks at some data and it outputs some other data. It's not tied into some kind of compiler and so on, you know? Yeah, just code generate that stuff. I'm sure you can figure it out, to be completely honest. It's pretty straightforward. I had a stream a while ago where I actually did the parsing step of this, right? So reading in types and so on. In that part, I also read in, you know, the functions and so on. But for your purposes, if you're doing this with just the data, literally just write the actual parser, like use the parser only to pull out type data. And then that means just unions, enums, so unions, enums, structs, and distinct types. And then probably slices, maybe dynamic arrays. You don't actually have to support all of them, because what you really do is have a module where everything that needs to have this code generation have that be a specific module, right? A package. And then you point the program at that specific package. And when it stumbles upon a type it can't actually encode, right? It can't compile from, because maybe it's a type that you can't actually deal with. For example, pointers. You don't really want pointers. Either you have to choose in the parser to say, we walk through the pointer and access the pointer thing, or you ban them and you say it's a compilation error when we stumble upon a pointer. The best way of doing this is be strict, right? When something is put in that module, it should be serializable, right? The type should be serializable. So that means, simple stuff like ints, floats, strings, serializable. It's just bytes, right? One array type, or, pick a slice probably, right? Just do slices maybe. And then whenever a type exists there, it will be in a slice type. If you want a dynamic array from that, it's very straightforward. You can turn a you can turn a slice into a dynamic array anyway. It's literally just a slice with an allocator attached. So it's not a problem to just say, here are our serialization types and here are our other types. But serialization has a tight contract that says everything here is serializable. And your program is literally just looking at the types and saying, hey, this type can't be serialized. You're mistaken, right? And so from that perspective, it's a pretty simple problem at that point. And then once everything is fine and you have made, for example, a structure that says, here are all the types that I see in the file, in the package. Move through every type and just decide what should get output for this, basically, right? Now, depending on your problem, you might have to write some helpers, that say, for example, in our case, I wrote some helpers that read and write memory into a byte slice, because that's the problem we're solving, right? We were reading and writing memory into a byte slice so that we could, send it somewhere or write it to a file or whatever it might be. So I wrote those utilities. These are very simple, straightforward. Like, here's where we are in the byte slice, and we're going to write this type. It has this size. So we're going to write field by field by field, or whatever it might be. And then we move on, right? And you solve that problem in the small, and then your code, your generated code uses the utility. And that's it, really, at that point. Now, some of this depends on kind of what you're doing, right? But again, keep the contract tight so that your actual use case is covered. You have to allow everything that needs to be allowed. You have to disallow other things. I mean, presumably you want to encode, serialize entire structs. Absolutely, you should. But a struct is literally just a field, a field, a field, a field. Names don't come into it. The memory of a struct is literally just whatever bytes are in that struct. The names are only for programmers. So when you write a struct, the only thing you're doing is you're moving from the start to the end, field by field by field, and writing out the memory for each of these. Some of those will be custom types that you already have writing functions for. So for example, let's say I have in a struct, I have my other struct as field A, field 1, if you will. In your compiler, you would say write struct A and then call that, right? Because you know you have generated this function because it's in the same package that you're generating code for as we speak. When it comes to intrinsic types, basic types, you instead say either write int or whatever, or you just literally say write 4 bytes or write 8 bytes in the case of an int with this value that we can see in this particular field here, etc., etc. And you know the field names because, again, you've parsed these things. You parsed these types from the package. So you know, okay, somebody's passing in a value here because we are writing struct A, or in this case, struct B that contains a struct A. And we can then say, oh, we see that the field name is here. We can pull out that value and then we can write it to the slice and so on and so forth. It's really very straightforward. To be completely honest, okay. Just to illustrate this. This is effectively what serialization output. This is all just code generated. So we have simulation limits here. It's a struct here. This is the contract for the generated function. We have a slice of bytes that we're writing into. We have our value, v, which is, in this case, simulation limits. We have bytes written that we're going to write to in this whole process. We have a location, mostly for error reporting. And then we return the rest of our bytes, meaning the rest of the data slice that we're working with. And then we can return also an error if something couldn't be written. And so here, what we're actually doing, write type is being called with this v history length. Write type is actually basically a generic function that can write basic types. Right, so this will write integers, floats, strings, and so on. It will do that just fine. Because those are not custom types. They don't need to have special code generated for them. This is in the library, right? So you could call this write basic type, and that would probably be more accurate of a name. Those functions also, of course, take data, the slice that we're writing into. They take the actual field name of what we're writing. So history length here is an int, presumably. It also says, fill in how many bytes you wrote, by the way, we want to add to that, and then the location. And all of this has a return because that's what we decided for the code generation. And at the end, we return, here's the data slice that's left, and we didn't have any errors. Does this make sense so far? So again, this is code generated. And you can see that it uses the helper library here that I wrote. And so this binary IO library is just some utilities for writing stuff. That's what the generated code uses. And this is, here we have simulation limits read, which again is the opposite. So here we know that we're creating a simulation limits. So we really just end up being, okay, we have some data we're reading from. We have an allocator that could be used. Depends entirely on the type you're reading. If you're reading into a slice, you're going to have to allocate. So the contract has to, in fact, accommodate that always, right? The allocator is going to have to be there. And then, again, we return a value. We know that it's simulation limits because that's the code we're generating and so on, right? And we return, here's how much is left of the slice after we read, and if we had an error. And again, it's just the opposite of what we did before. We're saying, hey, read into value.history length, and then give me the rest of the slice. Read the type instead of write type. This is read basic type, U32 in this case. So that's what history length is. It's a U32. It was not an int like I thought. And then we pass our data, we pass our allocator, our location. And again, it's super simple, super straightforward. This is not hard code to generate, right? And you can see how this works just from looking at these examples, I'm assuming. If someone can't, that's fine. I'm not saying, oh, you're stupid if you can't. I'm just saying, I hope that it's now really clear, this is not a difficult problem to solve at all, really, right? It's very straightforward, in fact. And in terms of other things here, Yeah. I'm trying to find if there's something else that's kind of interesting, but there's not that much, right? Oh yeah. Here's a distinct type. Buffer ID. So buffer ID here is, we know we're returning a buffer ID. Here we're just doing read type with the distinct type being passed. And that's it, right? It's kind of straightforward, right? And really, this is how you can deal with this problem. And there are many problems kind of that are like this, that this fits right into as well. Now, I don't do JSON serialization like this, mind you, but you certainly could as well. There are other things that you could do based on this. Like, I just have some types and I need some functionality that I need to do for every type in a straightforward and deterministic manner. Code generation is a great solution to that problem. Writing a program that writes this is very simple and it runs very fast. It runs very fast. So as an example of this, I'm gonna run, this is going to compile the program also. So here now, it takes 5.5 milliseconds for 160 definitions. I was wrong, I said 180 before. I think my point still stands. It's, you know, it's really, this is a better solution than most. And we don't even do this at every compile. We do this on demand. So it's like, if I weren't forcing it here, we would literally not do anything unless those types have changed. So you just run this every now and then when you have added a type, and that's it. Or you make a pull and someone has added a type and you run this, and the program, if Daedalus hasn't changed, it won't compile either. So you take out that whole thing, it literally takes 5.5 milliseconds. I think some of that is actually because I have OBS running. Because I've clocked this at 4 milliseconds before. So, you know, this is a much better solution than adding some library in your compiler pipeline, for example, right? That says, oh, we're going to derive a type here for this thing, and so on. Because that stuff will ruin your compile times. And now you're paying that cost pretty much all the time instead. And that was my experience with Rust and Serde. I'm not saying this from out of nowhere. My experience with Rust and Serde was I added Serde and I added the derive for one of my types, literally a single one, and suddenly my compile times shot up 5 seconds or so. You know, and that just doesn't make sense. If I'm comparing that solution to this, I write a program in about a day or so. I think it took maybe a day or two. And that now saves me approximately 5 seconds every compile time. Because the difference between 5 seconds and 5.5 milliseconds is approximately 5 seconds. Odin has a reflect library. You don't have to use it, and you probably shouldn't if it's something that is more, you know, sensitive, performance sensitive. Reflection is not a good solution to that problem. It is honestly a terrible solution to that problem. At the very least, what you need is compile time, some kind of compile time solution that looks at the types at compile time and does that. And certainly that's part of the solution that I wrote. You saw I had a function that looked at the type of what it received and wrote accordingly. But those are just generics. And that's not slow. That's not reflection. Reflection is when you look at a value that has type information attached to it at runtime and you make decisions based on that. That's always going to be slow and dog shit. So you really don't want to do that. You really want to do something that is compile time driven at the very least, but even better, what if you can pre-generate code in a program that isn't a compiler. That's better. I would say that's level 3 in a way. Level 1 is reflection. Level 2 is, oh, I can do things with types at compile time, and that's cool. And you know, I get I get to feel like I'm writing really cool code. But level 3 is write a program that outputs the correct code, and then that's it. In my mind. Now, I'm possibly a little bit opinionated about this, but I have wasted a lot of time writing macros in scheme languages and in Elixir and so on, and I can say that I do not believe in that as a solution to these types of problems. I don't believe in derives. I've used a lot of code derivation in Haskell. It's not a great idea there either, to be honest. Yeah, I vastly prefer code generation nowadays. So I hope that was informative to some people, like in terms of how they can think about this problem. I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, use this, inform your own opinion, because that's gonna be the most useful thing. Just to be clear about that, you should always just use it, inform your own opinion, and you know, think about what are the downsides of this. I am now responsible for some kind of program, blah blah blah, that runs and so on. I will say though, it's better to be responsible for a program that runs and you can write, you know, tests for example, because I write a lot of tests for code generation. Because I have an idea of what should be output, I write a test, we have a compilation here of a type, and then I say it should be this. If the tests don't line up, the code generation is broken. It's a very testable problem. I think that problem is it's a lot better to have than saying I wrote a macro and we can't actually really test it very well. Because, for example, in Scheme and in Elixir, I would say writing tests for macros is complete bullshit and basically doesn't work. So yeah, it's really, you pretty much only have upsides when you have code generation. And the thing is, other languages can do this as well. Elixir can for sure just have a program that produces a text file. They just choose not to because they have macros. And so, you know, it's really not that people are sort of, this is not very well known, I would say, this type of thinking. But I can tell you, it is just so much better. I've done all of these. And it is always better to just have a program, pretty much. Program verification is very interesting. I mean, in a past life, I have been very, very much into that kind of thing. So there's a language called Idris. So Idris is a dependently typed language. Let's see if we can. It's incredibly difficult to find like a good explanation of this. That's why it's unusable in practice. Right. This is actually a pretty straightforward example. So append for a vector has very simple, straightforward qualities. This whole thing here cannot be written in a non-dependently typed language. So if you have a vector with n elements and elements a, and a vector with m elements and elements a, you obviously will have, if you put those together, a vector of n plus m length and types A. I'm going to go ahead and say I have never written anything meaningful in Idris. But this is kind of the direction at some point that I thought programming was going to take. But I also kind of left all of those ideas behind when I decided going the other way is actually more useful. To some extent. Going the other way in the sense that it's really not about verifying everything at compile time. It's more about making everything so simple that it is less likely to be wrong. And that's kind of it, to be honest. Having a simple language that allows you to actually focus on what you're doing and so on. But so Idris is very much a language that I thought that it was very interesting. And I still think it's very interesting. And I think maybe this is a more useful way to move in the future when we actually have this working. Because at the moment, Idris is so hard to use that it's hard to do useful things. Sadly. It's also a functional language, so it's hard to actually make work in a reasonably performant kind of way. It can be a little bit difficult to deal with that, and that's unfortunate, you know. But yeah, dependent types was something very interesting to me for a while. I really do think there's a section in the future where this is actually what people should be doing. Same with ATS. ATS is also an interesting language in that way. You can essentially write actually correct and memory safe C with not even just memory safe in every regard. Safe in the sense that you can't actually just leave file descriptors hanging. Safe in the way that you can't actually close a file descriptor after you've already closed it because it's a compilation error. Safe in the way that you can't do the same with sockets, for example, and so on. ATS is very interesting in that regard. But at the same time, you know, again, at the same time, I'm just here, I'm writing Odin. It's some of that shit just doesn't pay off, you know? Yet. They haven't made a version that actually works for me, is what I will say. So, Cocoon. Again, the concept behind Cocoon is just delegate to shell scripts, either inline in commands and so on, or, you know, in actual shell script. So for example, here I have this toggle auto info command that I ended up putting in a shell script because I was like, you know, shell script, when it gets involved enough with if and a bunch of other stuff, gets a little bit tedious. And so we have this setting here that I've made called whether auto info is chatty. And so I'll show what this means. So we have this auto info setting. And the neat thing here is that we just made that setting. That's, you know, something that exists. Then we have this auto info setting that exists from the beginning. And then this says command and on key, right? And I'll explain what that means. But the interesting part here is that I'm just delegating to a shell script that I put in my config, right? And I can just, you know, delegate to it and I can pass things to it. And the interesting thing here is when I made this option, auto info setting, we actually got a variable that we can refer to called cac_opt auto info setting. When we use a hash here in a shell script expansion, what we're actually doing is we're expanding some kind of value of some sort. And so this is an opt. There's also cac val for values and so on, I think. I'm not sure. Cac config is actually a val normally. So you write this val config like this. And it expands to whatever your config directory is. So that's what we're doing here, cac config. So we're expanding this inside of shell, which means we're using dollars and underscores instead. And then I'm looking in the scripts folder and saying toggle auto info shush. Sure. And then I'm passing cac_opt auto info setting. And that's interesting, right? Because if we go to toggle auto info, we actually just see that this very straightforward script, really. It just has an if inside of it. This was originally in my file. But then I just decided, you know, fuck it, like we're just talking to programs. So let's just write the program, quote unquote. It's just a shell script that just has the stuff in it, and I don't even need to really look at it. And I know that I can just go to that script when I'm wondering about something. So what we're doing here is we're saying, we're doing an if, of course, and based on the value that comes in, and let's remind ourselves, this is kak opt auto info setting. So it's a setting in our editor. When we do that here, we have, this is a Boolean setting, so it's going to say if true or if false. So if it's true, if our auto info setting is currently chatty, so to speak, then we're going to emit some messages. Let's just call it that, right? We're going to emit some lines. One of those is set option global auto info setting false, because we're toggling this. It was on, it's now off. It was true, it's now false. We're also going to say auto info is command and on key. However, if it was false, we're toggling again, right? So we're going to set it to the other setting. We're going to set option global auto info setting true, because it was false. And then we're going to say command on key normal. Now the reason I wanted this toggle is because if we run toggle auto info, which is a command I made that does this, it calls this script, right? We're going to see here in the bottom right, whenever I do something, I get told what that thing was. So I can now learn my editor better. Which, by the way, I'm going to I'm going to set that to true, Oppa. And also, we're going to say normal here. So now the default is going to be flipped. The default is going to be, it's chatty, meaning it's talking a lot, right? So when I do things, I'm going to be told, what was that command that I just executed, and so on. Cocoon, I guess there's probably a few new people. So what makes Cocoon interesting is that the only thing Cocoon actually is set up to do is talk to other programs in order to do things in the editor. And it has fairly, the only thing it really does is, it delegates to other things for filling in, for example, a menu, filling in candidates for auto-completion, filling in candidates for X or Y or Z, whatever you might think of. And then it really, I would say that it maximizes on the Unix philosophy of Cocoon is really just an editor, meaning it just deals with text and so on. And it delegates to other programs to do basically everything else. Meaning, whenever you want completion for something, it's a program that does that and sends results back. And what we looked at just now was a script that, this is just a shell script that sends Cocoon commands back to Cocoon to toggle things inside of Cocoon. So what we have here, when we have cat EOF here, we're just saying, hey, I'm going to output these lines here. That's it. And of course, you could write this slightly differently. I don't think it matters. And so Cocoon is just an editor that has a way to talk to other programs, and that's it. Yes, Helix, I think, made the sensible choice of saying, we really like the idea of selection and then verb, but then they decided to make a normal editor on top, I think. I mean, it's the correct choice from a standpoint of, it's a lot easier to adopt an editor when it's not designed to just literally be talking to other programs, right? That's going to give you more users over time than doing what Cocoon is doing. Cocoon is an experiment, first and foremost, I think. It's an experiment in what if you just made an editor to just talk to other programs and that's it? You basically have almost no functionality out of the box. Yeah, I heard that they're working on a scripting language for Helix. The reason I haven't looked at Helix seriously is just because there's no scripting language and so on, or there's no equivalent of scripting language, basically. What the reason I like Cocoon as an experiment, and the reason I want to, so I am on my second day of using Cocoon. I just want to make that clear. Everything I say should be taken with a grain of salt. You know, if someone here uses Cocoon, I would love to learn from you what you have done in order to do things. If I'm misrepresenting something in the, let's say, the Cocoon philosophy, you know, feel free to just say, hey, that's not quite correct or whatever. I'm not an expert. I appreciate Cocoon because it's an experiment, and I want to use that as an experiment to see, can I build something that works for me? Because increasingly, lately, I have felt that NeoVim is breaking down on me in ways that I didn't foresee and that I really do not appreciate. Plugins becoming worse and worse, getting strange errors when I haven't really made any changes, and so on. It really just feels like quality is dropping, is what I would say. And that is because of an over-reliance on other people, and an over-reliance, I think, on very intricate plugin infrastructure. But the main problem is relying too much on other people and wanting space technology instead of just saying, hey, what can we do to make this a good experience? And that's it. And so one of these things that kind of really, that I appreciate here, for example, we can take a look at this again. So here we have this pick file command. So a command is something you can execute from here. We can obviously also bind that to keys. But we have pick file and we have pick fossil file. These are very similar in their definition. So let's go over what pick file does. It says, hey, put up a prompt that has the menu style or whatever. Get the candidates for that prompt from a shell script. And then the shell script follows. The shell script is fdtf. So what happens when we actually execute this, right? So I can do that in the editor here. fdtf. That outputs this. That's just a way to find files in the current directory, right? And it's line by line. Just a normal bog standard Unix utility. Nothing interesting about it, really, right? And so what happens when this gets executed is those candidates are given to the prompt. And the prompt looks as follows, like it's preceded by file : and when we choose one, we're going to call the command edit on whatever we chose. So what that actually looks like in practice, if I do, you know, pick file here, or I could say space gf, it looks as follows at the bottom. We have file : we get a list of our things here. So if I really wanted to just go to complete Odin core, I write comp, enter, and that's it. At no point did I fuss around with, you know, telescope or whatever interesting kind of thing exists. I didn't have to say, you know, oh, the team that made this editor was nice enough to give me the capability of finding my files. So why that kind of matters is I use Fossil as a, you know, tool for managing code. And so Fossil is not Git. And obviously every editor has Git integration or whatever, but it does not necessarily have Fossil integration. So I can do exactly the same thing I did with FD and just say, yeah, shell script candidates, but Fossil ls. All right, so Fossil ls just says, hey, which files are in the Fossil repo? So I press space GG. Now I get Fossil files instead. And of course, these happen to be the same files that we looked at before, but I can also just say kak rc here, enter, and that's the file we're in already. Right? Space GG, toggle, etc. So none of this required me to install, you know, fossil.nvim or fossil telescope or whatever the fuck. And of course, you can write your own telescope things. I've done this for my own things. But here, I didn't really have to write anything. In fact, I just said, you know, there's a way to prompt and get the candidates from shell scripts, because that's what Cocoon is for. And then we say fossil ls inside of there, and we say, hey, you're looking at fossil files, by the way, and then we edit the actual thing. And importantly, any part of this can be whatever you want it to be. If you have a super advanced program that literally talks to, you know, servers in AWS, put that program here. It will return the candidates, and then maybe you launch nukes down here. I don't know. Call a shell script. The world is your oyster, right? If you have launch nukes.exe, just call it down here, and nukes will be launched. Maybe you'll bomb, you know, a school in Iran. No, that was AI. Sorry, that was an LLM apparently that did that. Was it someone's Cocoon config that went wild? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. But this is what I appreciate about Cocoon. Like in a nutshell, this is it. Just ways to talk to programs and get things from programs, and that's basically it. And this applies to everything, right? So, completion. Yesterday, I worked real hard to write just a simple autocomplete script that just sort of did something, right? Because I just want to learn the basics of what we're dealing with. So I decided, okay, what's the simplest thing I can think of? Well, it's import completions, you know? So you write import and then a quote and then maybe core colon. Now you should probably get suggestions for core imports in Odin. So if we look at that, code Odin fossil build runner, maybe even something like that. Trunk fossil build runner, fossil build runner. I don't know if I've broken this, by the way. We'll see. So here, right? Now I'm getting suggestions here. str, we get strings, we get strconv, etc. I have not installed any LSP. I haven't installed any kind of interesting thing. I haven't installed, you know, a single plugin for Odin. The only thing I did to get this happening, and mind you, this is not a big thing. I want to stress this. This is not a big thing. I am literally just doing baby steps here to understand how Cocoon works. The only thing I did was I used this insert idle hook, which happens when you've been idling in insert mode for a little bit. You can set this value. What we do here is we try, so Cocoon has try catch, and slow down. I know that you're sweating right now. It feels stressful, like try catch. This is terrible. Calm down. We're gonna get through this. We say execute keys, draft. Draft is gonna say execute some keys, but do it in your own instance of the buffer and the editor. Like do it in the background. Don't have it mess with my shit at all. And here I'm saying go to the beginning of the line, go forwards, select forwards until a colon. Regex complete inside of that selection. And then this is a flag in a regex that says we are starting here. The selection starts here. We are asserting that. And then I'm saying that selection starts with the beginning of the line. It continues with import and then a space here, literal space, and then a quote, and then core colon, and then the selection ends. So I'm saying this very specifically. This should be the complete selection, right? This dash or backslash Z here is that. And then we ret here to execute. We're pressing enter, literally. Here, this is literally just sending keys to the editor. This, by the way, could be generated by a program as well. Like, just imagine all of these things, right? Imagine the possibilities. And then we say evaluate commands, again with draft. So this entire block here is going to be in a shadow version of the actual state of things. And here I'm saying go back, which means we're going to select the word that we've written after the colon, right? So you can imagine import core, and then we're like S, right? This back here selects our S, right? Just imagine that. You have to execute the shit in your head, and I'm sorry for that, but that's just what we're doing now. So that's where we are right now in the execution of things and so on. So we've gone back, and that's to make a new selection, by the way. That's to create a selection for Cocoon to use. So we have now selected our S in our case, in like this case, right? Actually, I should do this up here. So we have import core S. And so S is selected, or ST, let's say ST, right? ST is selected. That's where we are right now. After B. So we select S, and then we say set option window Odin core completions, and then we pass this line because this is what Cocoon expects from us. It says, you know, when you are giving completions to Cocoon, you have to abide by a format. It's a protocol. So here we're reaching into Cocoon's internal values: cursor line, cursor column, plus whatever the selection length is, right? And then a val timestamp. I don't know what the timestamp is for. I think it's to discount completions that came before. I don't know. I'm not an expert. And then the extra interesting part here is evaluate commands here is going to look at whatever is in the block below, line by line, and execute that as Cocoon commands, right? So here I have written a script, ls, one entry per line, go into my Odin root, into the core folder, use sed to rewrite every line. So sed is a stream editor, by the way. It's just a Unix command. It exists on every Linux box you have ever used. It just rewrites line by line, you know, according to a pattern, right? It's a lot more than that, but you know, sed is a very interesting tool. Anyway, so here I'm executing a regex. You might recognize this from Vim. Like this is replace, right? Substitute. Substitute any word, and I'm grouping here. I'm grouping this, right? So parenthesis, and then any word, character, as long as possible. Plus means as long as possible, right? And then we're gonna replace that entry with set option, add window Odin core completions with the string and pipe and. And here is a stand-in for whatever we matched, right? So and is a stand-in for whatever we matched here. So what this is going to do is it's going to output a bunch of Cocoon commands like this. That then turns into completions, because a completion, when we add to a completion list, we add a string that has the name of the completion, literally the text that's going to be inserted, and a pipe, and then some text to display, and then a pipe, and then the kind of flavor text that should show up in the menu for that item. Right, so This is basically how this is put together, this core completion. And so I did this mostly to learn, because I like completions. I do want them. How do we set up what I consider to be probably the simplest level of completion here is I want to be able to just get suggestions for like basic imports. And it turned out that really I could just say, hey, let's just use some Unix utilities to look at the literal Odin package core and just get it that way. And you can do this any way you want. Literally any way you want. If I want to create what I will be creating in the long run is a program that can say, because it will receive essentially a request from Cocoon. Cocoon says, I am at this position in this file. And here's what the temporary file looks like. And then what the program will do is it will look, for example, oh, hang on, if you are in a file that has core strings, core net, core something else, we would then basically look at all of that and say, okay, I have completion lists for net and I have it for strings. Maybe I don't have it for format. And so that program then generates completions for format if it needs to. And then it can send back completions to Cocoon. And this happens over a live FIFO. Right? So it's basically a connection between these two programs instead. And we can write that program in Odin, and we can use the Odin parser. In fact, we can use the code that we have from the previous stream for parsing Odin files, because we parsed struct, we parsed unions, we parsed enums, maybe we parsed functions, and so on. And so the end game here is replacing everything that requires OLS, for example. That's the end game. That's the actual hope. And obviously, the way towards that is long and arduous and difficult because you're learning something new. This did not take me a short time to do. Because there's a lot that goes into this. There's a lot that goes into figuring out like, oh, I have to figure out what the movements here are. Going back to the beginning, finding forwards to the colon, and so on and so forth. And of course there are tutorials on these things. But you have to do these things to actually learn them. Hence why we're doing all this stuff, right? Are there any questions sort of about Cocoon otherwise that might be interesting to either find the answer to or answer just outright if I know it? Is this interesting to anyone else? I find this so... The possibilities here are endless. And not in a, like I said 2 days ago on a stream, I get really... when something is interesting, and maybe it's not, the complexity of it is much more than its usefulness. That is a bad situation for me because I get really interested in things and so on, right? And I get lost in them. But here, I don't know that this is super complex, to be completely honest. You have to learn a few core things, but it's far less complex than learning all of the NeoVim Lua integration, for example. I have spent so much time trying to deal with NeoVim in Lua and so on. I really do not feel like this is going to be a bigger lift than that, to be completely honest. But maybe it might be naive, to be honest, right? I might be obviously mistaken. But does anyone else feel like this is, doesn't this just radiate, end game usefulness? I don't think it works on Windows, no. No, the tagline for Cocoon, and I said this earlier in the stream, the tagline for Cocoon is Moz experiment for a better code editor. And I really think that that's the kind of where Cocoon lies in the grand scheme of things. It is an experiment. It's very similar to Helix in the sense that you have movements and then you have verbs. So you have movements and then you have verbs, and Helix took that part. But then they decided to make a normal editor on top. So they don't, they're working on a scripting language, but they don't really have one. They just provide you everything you need essentially to get going with like your standard default setting stuff and so on, right? So you have LSP support. They have Git integration that they've given you and so on. I would disagree. I mean, NeoVim used to at least be, I think NeoVim used to be a good investment in time, is what I will say. But like I said before, I have rapidly been feeling like it's getting worse and worse. And I also was over-relying on a bunch of plugins and so on. And I think fundamentally the plugin model for NeoVim is such that you just end up with these kludges of like blobs of plugins in the end, and it's not useful. And so if I'm going to be writing a bunch of stuff for an editor myself, which is the solution to all of this stuff, I figured why not just try something new? Trying, for example, movement and then verb, because I wanted to try that, but also trying a radically different way of just doing the basics, to be honest. Like just the basic idea of, we're just going to communicate with other programs and that's it. And that's really what I'm interested in. I'm a bit demotivated by NeoVim and the Lua ecosystem. From time to time I have to adjust some stuff, but recently with TreeSitter and LSPs, it's too much tinkering for me. Yep. I mean, this is what I felt also. TreeSitter was the beginning of being just annoyed at things changing from under me, and this just sort of set off like a chain reaction of, I was just tired of seeing errors happen I haven't changed anything, but errors just now happen all of a sudden in Lua code, and I'm just like, I didn't really want to deal with this. Also, why am I rendering diagrams in Markdown files? Why did I even install that plugin? Why did I need that? And so on. And so this is an experiment in changing myself as well. Right? Using Cocoon is an experiment in changing how I relate to these things as well. It is not only about the editor. It is about saying, wouldn't it be better for you if you actually used the Unix philosophy also when dealing with your editor and so on? Because that's really also a side effect of all of this, that you can change yourself from using these types of things, changing how you relate to things instead of just saying, well, I can pick something better. It might be worth just looking inwards and saying, well, no matter which editor I'm using, if it has just a blessed scripting language where everything is supposed to be done in that scripting language or whatever, I'm probably going to end up in the same situation again. I'm just going to end up installing a bunch of plugins that someone else makes. And sure, I'll make some plugins as well. I've done that for every editor I used. But this is a way of basically saying, well, what if I First, I take control of everything. What do I actually want to do if I do that? Well, I don't really want to just be sitting there writing everything in Lua. I don't want to be dealing with Lua. It kind of sucks. And especially in the NeoVim context, because it is almost impossible to debug in a good way. It's a terrible experience writing Lua scripts for NeoVim, to be honest. And so if I'm going to take control over everything, why not use something that just allows me to, for example, write Odin programs instead? Cocoon has enough support for Odin already. And the rest I will add, right? So let's see here. Here, for example, I'll be honest, I'm just going to settle for this syntax highlighting. I don't really give a shit anymore, to be completely honest. I would rather take consistency than just being like always constantly being annoyed instead, right? Oh, Clippy is there for me to just be told what I executed last execution. Because I've been using Cocoon only this is my second day. So it's helpful to just say like, oh, when I execute this, what actually is the command that's being executed? So that I also made a toggle for it, right? So now it's not telling me this, but I can turn that on and say, you know, right, what was that command that I did, that I executed? What's the difference between this and so on? So, you know, it's just there to kind of help out with learning. Eventually, it's something you just turn off completely, right? The default will change from, oh, it's always off by default, and then I can turn it on instead. But now it's on by default, and so on. Also, the Clippy is there also for other stuff. So this is the user menu, and so on. By the way, does my auto format work here? Not really. Oh, it does, yeah. Right. So I'm formatting with Odin format, and the only thing I actually had to do to do that, if we go to Kak here, I set this format CMD. So for Odin, we set the tab stop to 4. We also set indent width to 0 so that it uses tabs instead. We set format CMD to Odin format on as standard in. So what Cocoon will do is it will pass whatever the temporary buffer is, all of the lines of that into Odin format, and it will just format it, and the result will be what is in the file. I have not looked, I haven't looked at folding. I don't really use code folding all that much, to be completely honest. Yeah, so PKRS, the thing here, like I said before, Cocoon is an experiment. And also view it as an experiment for yourself, right? An experiment in changing yourself to see, can you deal with this? Because it's fine, of course, after doing the experiment to say, hey, I don't think this was for me. I didn't really appreciate this. There was so much I had to, you know, set up and so on that I don't really like this. And I do, you know, if you constantly are like, well, I need the latest LSP server for this language and so on. There is CAC LSP, I will just say, or CAC LSP. You can use Cocoon LSP. There's a plugin, you can use it. I'm not going to do that. At least I will start without that, and I will write my own tools for doing this. The config for LSP stuff, I don't really know. It's just set option stuff, probably. I would, if you're interested in Cocoon and then using it more like every other editor, use install CAC-LSP. You can use CAC plug to install, do plugin management, and then you can use plug to install CAC-LSP, etc. And there you'll just have, you know, your normal standard stuff with LSP stuff. So if you really do that, that's also fine. That's absolutely fine. You can jump to definition. You can also jump to definition with C tags, which is what I'm going to be using. Because I have an Odin program that generates C tags that I was using in NeoVim already. And so I'm just going to use C tags for go to definition because I know it works and it doesn't need OLS. Because I do not like OLS in the sense that, so we had a project, it was only, you know, 100K lines or so. And my colleague would have, his OLS was crashing like 30 times a day. Mine was crashing about like 3 times a day. And when OLS crashes, you know, it's just annoying. You have to restart OLS. Maybe it stops working completely and now you don't have anything that it supplies, right? And I think that it's a tedious situation to be in. This is why I want to take control over so many, you know, as many things as I can. And that means lowering some of the expectations as well. Because in this situation, I am now forcing myself to say, if I want something, I'm going to write it myself. So then, is this worth it? There are certain things that I don't use enough that I will never add something for. But I have plans for example, Cocoon will talk to an Odin program. The Odin program will receive where are we in the file and what have we currently written, for example. And it will suggest completions based on that. Are you in a file that has these imports? Are you in a function that has these parameters, etc.? Which variables are declared in this function, and so on. That is basically the plan, to some extent. To be building those things myself in order to, again, this is as much about changing myself as it is about, in some sense, using something different. Becoming different and getting different things out of this whole thing in order to see, is this whole experiment worth it? So, well, all of this is super philosophical. I mean, obviously, reality looks very different in different situations. This is the kind of thing you can do when you currently don't have a contract. You have time to spend on these things, and so on. Yeah, I've had 4Coder before. Four-coder has one of the best, most interesting, one of the most interesting extension stories that I know of. But I haven't put any time into four-coder. I could potentially do an experiment like this with four-coder as well. But, you know, we will see where Cocoon takes us. I don't know enough about four-coder to really... I know that the plugin stuff is more built on, you can actually link... you can load DLLs and so on. So instead you have a C interface to the editor and so on. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that would be fine that it's closed source in the sense that if I can get a reasonable experience anyway, that I can control and I really like working with and so on, which is what I'm hoping that Cocoon is going to give us and that I actually believe that Cocoon is going to give us, then I don't think that necessarily this is going to be, you know, I don't think the closed source would be my problem in the end with that. But, you know, all else being equal, maybe I do prefer open source still. I don't know though. Okay. What is something we can do? So I had something in mind, but I got super. Obviously, I've been talking a lot. Now I had something in mind that we should do because. Right. Yes. Okay. So we have in our Odin code, Fossil build runner, for example, we have these build commands, trunk rather, build commands.lua. I think I have build commands.json somewhere. Where did I put that stuff? Let's just, honestly, when in doubt, find mjson is probably what I called it. Type F. I think it goes there. Yeah, I do like I like a terminal-based editor. Again, all else being equal, I prefer a terminal-based editor than anything else. Opa, what is happening here? Oh, well. That did not go as planned. Let's just see where I put this. Honestly, it should be in the code directory. Let's see, code Odin. Yeah. Type F. Build commands.mjson. Debug. Really? Okay, whatever. I guess I didn't save this file. Doesn't matter, to be honest. Let's just copy it from here. We are going to copy it, and we're going to copy it to our config, our cat config. This is now a Lua file, but we're going to change that because we're going to do some stuff. So build commands.lua. I'm going to change the contract here, and to begin with, we're just going to say this is now a normal JSON file. In fact, so it will be essentially like this. How do I surround a word, actually? I could do, so surround, select outer space. No, I can't do that apparently. This is interesting, right? How do you just surround a word in Cocoon? Because I'm here, but I kind of want to just, I want to extend in both directions. Well, for the time being, let's just say that we are not going to do that right now. And this is what I mean when I say I feel like a baby when it comes to Cocoon. There are certain like fundamental operations that I have no idea. I just have no idea what you're supposed to do, what the reasonable way to do it. I found myself doing things in Cocoon that are, when I found a better way, I was like, oh, of course, you know. where I'm like, because I was doing this select a line, or yeah, okay, hang on. I'll show you, because this was so telling to me that my brain is just wired differently. So I'm here, right? I was select this entire line. In Vim, I would just press Shift V, and then we would move up and down. I started in Cocoon doing this, and then this, and then now I can extend downwards. That's 2 movements. So select to the beginning of the line, select to the end of the line, and then extend downwards. But if you pick the wrong order between those, you don't get what you needed. So what I realized was you can literally just say, hey, I'm on this line, right? Just extend downwards as much as you want to, and then press X. And it will just do the entire lines. But of course, because I'm wired differently, I don't realize this at the time, obviously. Well, that's my point, PKRs. My point is, obviously this is everything is a learning curve. And once you learn the better ways, this came naturally, right? That's also, I think, an important thing. You have to learn these things on your own. If you rely too much on other people to teach you these things, I don't believe you will actually learn much, to be completely honest. I think it is imperative that you learn a lot of these things yourself. This is not going to be valid JSON, by the way. There you go. Right. So now we have this file. Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of these keys are different, yes. Let's see, I probably missed some stuff here. Wine is even involved. Click this because I have never heard of any of these. Yeah, well, they're not default setting stuff, that's for sure. And that's not, I'm not trying to be a hipster, by the way. It's I think that there are legitimate things to be very interested in when it comes to these things, is what I will say. That I think this is not valid JSON, by the way. Ugh. I really hate JSON, to be honest. Can I press? No, I cannot. Never mind. Okay. How do you repeat anything? Because dot only repeats inserts. So is that if I press Alt and dot, enter command? Well, no, that's my bad. Alt and dot. Repeat last object, select character find. Last selection. What about Shift Alt? Shift Alt does nothing. Oh no, that's also okay. So it's okay. Well, how do you just repeat any modification whatsoever? Here I could have used multiple cursors, by the way. Let's just teach ourselves to do this instead. So we could have just done space space equals here and just said, oh, enter, shift N, change colon. Yeah. Let's do that again. So we have a search, we do space equals, enter, select all of them, change colon 1. No, there's stuff, obviously, like there are tutorials and blah, blah, blah for everything. But I like to just immerse myself in something and figure it out. It's how I learn everything. I haven't I mean, for someone who makes tutorials and stuff, I am really not much for tutorials. Well, I like tutorials when I mean, there's a certain mode I am in when I just want to get a bunch of knowledge, but then I go away and I just do the thing, and then I remember parts of the knowledge just to be like, right, that's a thing. Now I can recall and I can connect those things. But most of my learning is really just, like you saw, like forcing myself to just do the thing. Do the best thing or do the better thing instead of just saying, be shit at this forever, right? Because multiple cursors for me is not supernatural, right? So the entire concept here of saying, hey, the multi-cursor thing is not something that I'm used to. So I have to force myself to actually say, okay, that's how you should probably do this. Like that's straightforward and good. Right, see a pattern, search the pattern, multi-cursor the pattern, and then, is probably a more useful way of doing it. And again, I want to get there on my own, right? Because that's how you can build a more solid foundation that doesn't rely on like, hey, I need to reference that tutorial again because I keep forgetting the key that you're supposed to do here or whatever, right? But again, nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I just prefer a more hands-on experience. And of course, I will take advice from people, LLDB is what I use, yeah. So I mean, fundamentally, it's basically just GDB with different commands, right? It's not any different, really. It's the same experience. I think I prefer GDB a little bit, but I use LLDB because if we look at LLDB init, there you go. Right, so, okay. Ecode LLDB Odin.py. This script adds Odin types to LLDB so it can print them, print interesting information about them. It can deal with maps and dynamic arrays. It will show you like the slice length instead of just pretending that this is just a thing with a data pointer on it and so on. This you can find on the Discord. It's just a Python script that LLDB loads. And again, you can just do this in your LLDB init, command script import, and then just import it. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, there's a lot of integrations probably. Yeah. Maybe even LLDB has integration in Cocoon, but I might look at it, GDB and stuff. I do use the make stuff in Cocoon, as in make command and the format auto, like I use their formatting facilities. I just set the format command and stuff. So I'll probably take a look at whatever is in there to see like, is this useful? But if nothing else, like I'll just have LLDB running in a pane in Tmux, right? My preferred debugger would be Rad Debugger, and I do use it for Windows binaries. So Rad Debugger, I think, it's good. I mean, I had some issues getting it to work correctly with one version, but I downgraded to another version and it just worked beautifully for what we were doing. Yeah, Rad is I don't think it really, maybe it doesn't do even Linux stuff yet. But again, I use it for Windows binaries. Yeah. So I use, I have a script called Odin that just runs the Odin compiler in Wine, and this just works. And so I can compile Windows binaries and yeah, the game dev stuff and so on, or anything that just uses anything that just uses any of the 3D API and stuff. I just make for Windows, and then I use Win32 because it's what I think is, you know, the best, to be honest. And then, you know, you just let Proton solve the rest. I am working on a game at the moment in principle, but you know, at this point it's kind of frozen. I mean, it's in the design stages at this moment, but I have made a 3D engine for a contract and so on. My last contract was a 3D engine for a product that did simulation, visualization, and so on. So it's a 3D visualization of those, a network of machines, basically. Less stable. You mean Proton? I don't know. GameScope, specifically running GameScope, has been the most solid experience that I've had so far, basically. But Wine has Wine 3D. It has Wine 3D, Wine Proton, etc. It's all just ways to translate things into Vulkan, really. And I've run our DirectX 12 stuff via Proton. It's fine. It works fine. But yeah, GameScope specifically is the thing that I think is the most stable, and it has worked the best. It actually sets up the environment the best for all of these. Wine specifically, only running Wine, I had odd issues where the swap chain basically would be invalidated all the time and so on, and for no reason. The application works fine. But in DirectX 12, I think, and Vulkan actually, running it in Wine, just Wine, would basically have this insane issue with the swap chain being invalidated and so on, which means you couldn't actually resize the application, because when you resize the application, you need to recreate the swap chain and so on. And you end up just, you know, with nonsense. I mean, I think you have to work around that, the whole asset creation, or, you know, to some, well, it's not an or situation. You have to work around it, and you probably have to learn how to make assets. That's it. To be honest, there's not much to it. It's just work. You have to learn game design. You have to learn art. You have to learn how to make the actual game engine. You have to learn rendering and so on. It's just a bunch of stuff, you know. There's not that much to it, really. It's the actual. It's not complex how to do those, like how to learn those things. It's just a lot of work, and that's really the biggest problem. Yeah, I really only came up with this idea because there were some indication that this actually was doable from the Discord. I read some half rumors or whatever in some messages. I searched around a little bit on the Discord and found like, actually, hang on. In certain circumstances, people have actually done this and it kind of works, but with some caveats and blah, blah, blah. And I found this way of doing it, and it actually seems to work. It's a slight modification on what someone else was doing, I think. I don't remember. But yeah, it works. And this really, like, well, it really only matters if you're actually doing a lot of work on Windows stuff. So the previous contract, we didn't even have a Linux version, so there was no purpose to me trying to make Linux native stuff in that contract. Officially, it wasn't supported. Now I wrote Vulkan, a Vulkan layer, Metal layer, DirectX 12 layer, and an OpenGL layer. So it's not that it couldn't run on Linux. If I had just added the windowing and user input stuff for Linux, we could have obviously shipped a native Linux with Vulkan or OpenGL or both. But there was no real purpose to that because we didn't really support Linux anyway. So, And also, again, I do think that Win32 is the best API for managing things for interactive programs. Like interactive programs with some real requirements, which a game obviously is. Win32 is a stable API. It gives you a lot of stuff, so it's just better to work with. Opa. What was it that I said? Right, build commands. We have that file somewhere. I didn't rename it. Right, we want build commands.json. In fact, yep. And here, let's do some experiments on this. We're gonna use JQ on build commands.json. Does the thing come first? I think it comes first. Top level program again. Hang on, let me just check man JQ. Filter files. Yeah, this is not a list. Does that matter? Let's say build. First of all, let's just do that. Dot build. Expect that. A build system, I mean, fuzzy file search, yes. The prompt menu has fuzzy searching in general. So, you type the first and the last letter of something, it's probably going to be matched, yeah, and so on. You don't have to be tedious about it either. Let's see here. How about SDL or Raylib? As in, to use them. I like using the lowest level of things. I don't like layers on top. Oh yeah, you're right, yeah. Let's see here. This is actually it. And here, the same thing here. Key value paired, line 6. Hang on, what's wrong with this one now? Expected, like, am I misremembering JSON entirely here? Oh yeah, that's true. This obviously comes from a Lua file, that's why we're having these issues, by the way. I knew I should have just done this with mJSON and then written an Odin program. We would have already been done by now, but here we are. Here we are, indeed. I don't want to compete or against Buck or Basil or whatever the big corporations did, but I will try to open source it. Oh, I'm writing to the wrong file. We do have, of course, a there you go. What is it that you do here with this again? Can you do this at all? Fuck, I don't remember these things. Is it like this? Oh yeah, yeah. Dot array dot command will give us all of the commands. If we do this instead, we get the whole thing. How do we get the top level names? Does anyone know? Like, is it just keys or some shit like this? We can look this up, obviously, right? Dot. What does dot do? That's interesting. The built-in function keys, when given an object, returns its keys in an array. Keys. Dot. Or just keys? Literally keys? Ah, there you go. And can you make it just spit out the information without this array? I might be just overextending a little bit here, the thing. No, I'm good. To be honest, with the LLM stuff, I don't really. The purpose of, the purpose of this stream is not to. If I really wanted to get work done, as in like actually make a lot of progress, I wouldn't be streaming. Streaming probably cuts productivity by at least half already. I'm not here for that, to be completely honest. We don't necessarily need to be super concerned about stuff like that, to be honest. Recursive design, producing every value. The XPath operator. What is that? Oh, look at that. Look at that. What is that stuff? So hang on, what can we do with this? Can we do this? We can do that. Do you see this? What? That's crazy. But this doesn't do anything on its own though, right? Oh fuck, it does though. Holy shit. It just goes and goes and goes. Now, obviously the thing that I want is just the second. I really just want the second part of this. You know? Can you do dot dot there? I would love for that to just be like, hey, you can somehow just expand stuff into, you know, can you do this? Nope. Keys. You can do that. But what we really do want is just like, no, just give me the actual keys. And keys. Some of the stuff you can look up, of course, but it is fun finding these things, you know? It is fun. I think it's fun. I don't understand people who constantly, literally always just Google for whatever, you know? Because yeah, here, you know, I Google for this and I get this. Okay. Is that as fun as, you know, just find, like this nonsense, right? This stuff, this dot dot stuff that we did. I think that's really interesting. You know? I think that's really interesting. Now, I know about this operator that I just had no idea that it existed before. Or just this. Like, look at this madness. Crazy. Really, really crazy. But then, of course, like, this is the sensible thing to do, right? Keys. And then, you know. So, yeah, I think that there's a balance to be struck, right? Of course, sometimes when you're debugging something for so, like, a long time, you know, you really should be Googling heavily. You really should be maybe asking an LLM about it or whatever. I'm with you. I'm with you on this. But also, it's really fun just exploring stuff sometimes, right? And you know, making peace with the fact that you don't really have to always constantly be making like just a ton of progress all the time. It's really not that, you know. It's really not that important that you do that, you know. So what we're gonna do now, we are going to go to our make mode that we have declared, and I think we're gonna create a new command. Define command override docstring present allows the user to choose a make CMD. Something like that. We are going to call this, command pick build command. Make CMD is a little bit, you know, let's just do build command here. So this will be a prompt menu, shell script candidates, where the command is here and the text here is build command. Yeah, just say build command like this. And when we have chosen one, we actually want to do something else. So I'm going to leave this blank for now. I also need to go P eventually, but we're going to try to just fill in some part of this. So this command will be, let's just do our usual here, kak config scripts get build commands.sh. And we're gonna, when I come back, we're gonna work on that. I'm just gonna make this nicer for the time being. Yeah, let's just do this. Actually, let's pull this down as well. Be right back. Have not done CTFs. I've only done offline challenges and so on, like, you know, but no competition or whatever. Honestly, I'm not good enough at that stuff to compete with anyone anyway. It's like more of a personal kind of challenge. Like, can I just figure out the puzzle, right? I've never been into, you know, I've never really, you know, when I was really young, the reason I learned programming was because I wanted to learn hacking. But then I just realized I really just like making things. And this was when I was like 12, 13. So, you know, I had these ideas and so on, but it really wasn't it wasn't useful in that sense, right? For me, obviously. But I did learn, you know, a fair amount about security from the perspective of things to look out for when you write C code, obviously, because of all of that stuff. Be right back. I realized while in the bathroom that we really don't need like a script for this section here at all, obviously. The only thing we're going to do here, most likely, is just execute our JKey or get JQ query, right? So let's just do that. And here we can, I mean, it should just be build commands like this, to be completely honest, right? The interesting portion of this is really down here, where we set our stuff. And I think what we can do here is we can run evaluate commands with a shell script down here. which will be again this kak config scripts set build command sh, and that will get our kak text, I think it is. I mean, this is gonna have to be a little bit like, you know, we're gonna have to discover some of these things as we go, obviously. So this will be the thing that was chosen. And now, because we're in a shell execution context here, that's why we can't just use %val. So if you look at this, right, here we used %val to pull out the text that someone has chosen. We obviously can't do that here because this is a shell context. So, you know, we're gonna have to use a shell escapable variable. I have no idea if this one exists. We can search for that. Cocoon. Actually, I'm gonna try something. And this doesn't. Kind of wish it would show things a little bit more. I mean, I can quote this all I want, but is that really gonna do much? Does that matter? Opa. No, I'm just misquoting stuff. You mean to tell me this doesn't exist at all? A cactex. Okay, so cactex is not ever. Okay, let's look at the docs here. Let's try to learn from the docs. We also need to learn how to use docs more effectively, right? So commands. Menu is the one. Prompt is the one that we are interested in. And this is presumably, let's see here. Commands and keys, maybe? Files and buffer helpers. I don't know what the helpers thing is, but commands and keys, maybe. Let's say that. Prompt here. Let's put that at the top. I wonder how the algorithm recommended me your stream based on my search history. Well, that is a mystery to everyone, to be completely honest. I'm assuming that there's a fair amount of people who saw a video I made about the industry. Oh, it is cactext. Okay, we could have not bothered with this. So we have cactext here. Fair enough. That's the thing we're using. We should probably quote it, presumably though. Let's just do that. I don't know, you know, exactly what this is gonna. Let's just do that. Let's leave it like that. So this is our set build command script that we're going to be using, right? So let's figure out what that should look like. Set build command.sh. And user bin env bash. We are going to get a just the name of the thing, right? So we are going to then get that as an argument. So let's say build command is equal to $1. And here again, we could quote this here like this. Then we're going to run JQ with build. I think let's just say that for now, build command like this. And Right. Okay, so here we're actually going to say command like this, build commands.json. But we're going to have to say this is going to be, well, let me actually figure this out, because I think this part is actually wrong here. So if we say command, this should probably be build configuration instead, because I want to reuse build command, or yeah, build command is going to be like this. Opa. Oh, now I've added a bunch of cursors. Fair enough. I think we could use dollar here. Let's just do this for now. Error pattern is going to be JQ build configuration dot, what did I call it? Is it error pattern like this? Oh yeah, my completion is saying that it's as much. Beautiful. Build commands.json, something like that. Like that. Now we're going to emit two things. We can use printf, I think. I mean, we could just use echo. There was some article at some point about how printf sucks, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say set option window, set option window, make CMD. I think we'll figure these things out. It's not a big deal. Make CMD is going to be build command, something like that. And make error pattern or some such is going to be this build. Oh, I call this error pattern actually. Something like that. I think maybe this is probably something reasonable. Here we can obviously say, I mean, I could literally just go here. What was this called again? Set build command. So if I say scripts set build command, and then we say generate tags, filter, execute process, blah blah blah, the file specified in the interpreter. Oh yeah, I fucking messed this up completely. Obviously. Right. So this is not working here. What if I put quotes around this? Maybe that works. Not really. I could reverse this. Opa. Okay, let's try to use technology here to our advantage. I have to learn how to use multiple cursors. And now I should maybe be able to even do like F quote semicolon R this, maybe, sort of. That does not work. Okay, so let's say we wanted to. So before we had some JQ stuff here happening, right? JQ build. Dot build. Oh no, wrong way. Fuck me. Shift Alt C. That is one of the least natural things I can imagine anyone actually doing, to be completely honest. Shift Alt. What an absolute terrible way to do this. Okay, so set option window make CMD null. That's not what we want, but we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere with this. Now the question is mostly, let's put together the rest of the owl, so to speak, right? Should this have dot there? I mean, it could. Is it the quotes? Is that bothering us here? Possibly. Like if I delete this, is it suddenly gonna be fine? Nope, it's definitely not that. So then maybe we should just verify here that everything is as it should with this, right? Yeah, that's generate tags. Nothing super interesting about that. That's fine. So when we do dot here, if I were to delete this, these two things, what happens then? Unexpected binding. This is not escaping, of course, because we, like absolute morons, are not allowing it to escape here. Right. So what if I so here though, generate tags. We're basically gonna have to do this, I'm assuming. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh no. I have to do this. Yeah. Multiple cursors really, it's strange to me. Oh, this gives you the entire object though, right? Because we are no longer doing the right thing here. This is command. This is error pattern. Yeah. So now we have set option window make CMD. Well, yeah, we don't need the quotes, presumably, right? I don't think we need the quotes because these are already quoted patterns. So now, by the way, we should also check set option window make error pattern make CMD. These are the ones. Now, if we go to our calc, we have this set build command sh. Now it kind of hinges on like what are we actually getting here more than anything else, right? So we have our define command. I'm not going to make a shortcut until we know that this works. So we can source our file, pick build command build. We also have generate tags. If I pick generate tags, we get an error. No such command. Hang on. Evaluate commands and then this. Isn't this exactly what I was doing in the other case? I feel like this is confusing now. Generate tags, no such command. And here we get into one of those situations where I'm not sure if the scoping of execution is messing me up. Because we have this shell context, then we have a context up here. And now I'm not entirely sure. Can we just pull up evaluate commands? Maybe we can. To be honest. Maybe we could. I mean, we can try. So that would be effectively like this, something like this, right? Where suddenly one layer of this is gone, like this, essentially now. But then that hinges on the idea that the evaluate commands can come after, like this. When we source the file, there's nothing immediately wrong with it, at least. So if we do pick build command, now we have the wrong argument count for prompt, so that doesn't work. We're gonna keep that like this. Opa. What if we so evaluate commands? Evaluate commands. When we execute this, debug. Okay. Pick build command. Oh, we haven't sourced. Pick build command. Build. Evaluate command. Build. No such command. So we are getting build up, and I think that that's because we have calc text here. These are counted as two different commands right now. Now the question is, can you remedy that by doing this? I don't think that should be the case, maybe. Maybe I could actually kind of do. Let's try this and then we'll see. Okay, this executed, but we don't know that it did what it needs to. So let's check our options, right? So set option, here we can actually just say echo opt make CMD. That's just make. Nothing was set. So that did not work. It also did not fail, as in there was no error, but we wanted to actually do stuff. So what if we, motherfuck, what did I do now? Let's see here. That's toggle auto info. Where was I? Set build command. Config. So this, if we put this in a show, what happens then? We open this evaluate command scope here. We obviously want to do this here. Let's try this. Evaluate commands, build set option. We're also getting an empty make CMD, an empty error pattern from this. So that did not actually do the correct thing. Pick build command with build. Pick build command with generate tags. Yeah, okay. Evaluate commands. We have evaluate commands in another place. Here. So we have this define command, toggle auto info. It calls evaluate commands and so on. It has two commands here, in fact. Right, so evaluate commands and then show, and then just the stuff. Here we don't quote anything. Is that maybe an issue? We also have this here, obviously. Evaluate commands with show, and then just a script, but that doesn't even have two different commands. So let's go back to that here. I think that really should work. The question is mostly, why is it not? And then we'll try to make that work. I'm gonna also unquote this. Don't feel super confident about that. Okay. Unterminated string. Hang on, what line was it? Build no such command. These are two different errors, in fact. Okay. Unterminated string. Oh no. I know definitely that there is a problem. I'll show you. We echo the build configuration here, but these are commands that are being sent to Cocoon. We're just sending an empty fucking string here to Cocoon and then expecting it to work. That was never gonna work. Obviously, there's probably something else wrong as well, but you know, that was just never gonna work. Okay. Fuck me, Jesus Christ. Set option expected a single value for option. Debug. Why am I never actually... I'm not seeing buffer debug. Right. Hang on, how recent are these? Like, okay, so I'm at 163 now. If I do pick again. Oh, okay. We get double strings here. Set build commands. This was just never correct at all. Okay. Let's try this, I guess. Aha. Okay. Right. That, I guess that makes sense. Here though. Now that is just never gonna work really, right? Because obviously we're getting that cut off. Is that because we stopped quoting here, maybe? I think it might be. I think we might see a different error now. So this just executed. Set option window make CMD. I don't know why I keep doing that. That's not how you show the opt make CMD. Oh yeah, that worked. Okay, let's try the other one because you kind of never know with some of these things, right? So pick build command with build instead. That did not work. Unknown expand S. B debug. Unknown expand S. Okay, that doesn't even really have a thing here. So unknown expand S. If we do this, we might see what is the case here. Build. Oh. Yeah, so that make error pattern is just never going to work in general. That was just never going to be a thing that made any sense. I have since reworked that anyway, so that's not a big deal. Let me see, make error pattern. Oh, I didn't say this? I'm a moron. Yep. Such is life. Set option. Let's say buffer make error pattern. Oh, I don't have history either. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. But not insurmountable. Because I was smart enough to save it. So let's just... We need to verify that that makes sense, though. But, you know, from a perspective of at least we have something. B builds JSON. So this is the error pattern for here. Opa. I think that one should work just fine. Maybe. We'll see. So now the build here, it has no funky, weird percentage signs and stuff. I think that was probably what was causing this. We will see. If I do pick build command now, and fuck me, that didn't work. Now we're getting 0 completions at all. Why would that be? Invalid escape. Yeah, okay, so stuff here is gonna have to be... Yeah, there's line 4. Obviously, it's this one. Are we on column 51? No, we're not. $? Nope. What do you mean line? Column 52? Is it actually saying that this is the one? Because that is properly strange, no? Actually, hang on. Did I copy the wrong... Isn't this This is unbalanced, no? How is this even matching? Hang on. We have the literal paren here. I can make this larger, by the way. We have the literal paren, but then we don't really have a corresponding parenthesis, right? Which should be over here. Right? I'm not wrong, right? This was wrong. But I don't think that that's the thing. I mean, this is just a bad regex. It's not the thing that would cause this either. Right now, these are balanced, at least. But that doesn't do anything for us in terms of the pick build command here, right? The whole thing is broken in the sense that JQ can't actually parse it. But I don't. I'll be honest. I don't get what the problem here would be with JQ. It's complaining about column 53, which is over here. This $. This seems to me like some weird stuff. Surely it's not like normal regex stuff that's the issue, right? I refuse to believe it can't read a string with some stuff in it, right? That would be strange, no? But it's so interesting that it's column 53 as well, because again, that's over here. What am I missing here? If I Google for JQ invalid escape at, or I DuckDuckGo for it rather, I literally get one single page. JQ fails to parse when one of the values contains a backslash. Yeah, this is the hang on. Yeah, we do have backslashes here, in fact. Do we just remove the backslashes here? I mean, there will be literal characters in that case. We don't really want that. What if we do this? Nope. Oh my god, there are so many backslashes though. Am I gonna have to just destroy this entire expression for the purposes of appeasing JQ of all things? I mean, I guess this parses. The question is it even usable now? Because it might not be, but we'll see, I guess. That's basically it, to be completely honest. If we do pick build command now, we do get this here, and we can set this stuff. Again, now it's really a matter of like, is this actually even useful? So what we could do is we can go to the fossil build runner, and we can quit here just for the moment and basically load this up again. And we could do gg build runner Odin. And so here I could do pick build command, because I should be in the correct folder. That doesn't, right, that doesn't have that file. We want to config build commands.json, and then we want to copy that into here, and here we're gonna just edit that real quick. Where am I here? Yeah, I'm in the correct. Oh, no such file or directory. Oh, I did not pick the correct one. There you go. Odin build, fossil build runner. Opa. Let's do this basically. Something like that. Let's save that, and also I'm going to remove bin fossil build runners so we can actually just see that this stuff works. If it does, so now I'm going to say pick build command. We're going to pick build. This seems to have maybe worked, and then we can make. And now we can look at our bin folder where we have fossil build runner. So that ran. Now we need to verify that we can actually catch errors. So here, for example, we might refer to panic which is not, it's not going to work probably. We can do make, and then we get our error here. And here we can make next error, which I should have a bind for. Let's see. Make next. Yeah. So mn. Oh. This does not seem to... I think that this should actually jump to the error. So it is curious that that is not working. That is because of the... Right. That is because of the mess we had to make now in the build command. Or the error pattern, rather. So what do we do when we need to have... What do we even do when we have these? Because we need these groups. We need the groupings to be correct. And if we have just naked parentheses here, that's not going to happen. So that's not going to work. The question now becomes, how do we actually deal with these backslashes that we're going to have in this? Right. I'm seeing the solution that I'm seeing is absolutely insane. It's like the end result they have is like 50 million backslashes. And I'll be honest, I don't get it. Like, surely this is not a thing, yeah? Like, because it seems like they have like this amount. That can't be a thing. Right? Surely this wouldn't actually be a thing. So if we look now at echo opt make error pattern, for example, here. Oh, this is not actually set correctly even. Wow, this was never actually set. That's kind of stupid and weird. So when I run this config scripts set build command, if I run this with build like this, the error pattern that we're getting out is this. We saw that the build command is fine. The build command is not the issue. The error pattern here, set option window, make error pattern, set option window, make error pattern. Oh, it is this one. Right. Right, for the window. I don't know. Again, set option window, make error pattern. So this shows you what it currently is, right? But these backslashes just don't make sense for outside of JQ, right? It's now maybe this shouldn't be JSON. Maybe that's just how it is. I really just should have gone with something else. Maybe I'm learning that lesson right now. Not everything has to be fucking JSON. I should have known better than to try to deal with that nonsense. Yeah, maybe that's the key, actually. Maybe that's the key. Regardless, though, what we could do as kind of a quick fix around this, possibly, is that we could look to Acme. Maybe. I don't know, actually. Acme, isn't Acme the one that's more mouse based and so on? But yeah, you do pipe things around a lot, right? You use programs to do most of the stuff for you. So yeah, you're right. It's definitely a lot more like Acme in the sense that you're trying to compose different programs with arguments from the editor and piping things through them and so on. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. Is this even correct? I'll be honest, I kind of get lost when there's too much escaping going on and so on. It just gets to be a lot with some of this stuff. Unterminated S command. Well, I didn't think so, but you're right, I suppose. Still unterminated. What do you mean? What? So slash. This is the thing we're replacing. This is what we're replacing it with. Slash, and then global because it's the whole line. Is this not the thing? Set. Yeah, I'm not crazy, right? I mean, terminal. It's all these escapes. Now I can't even. I can't really figure out what the right amount of escapes here is now. I mean, yeah, I don't want this to be. This is not supposed to be escaped. That's why I wanted, this slash backslash escapes this backslash, and then that backslash escapes that backslash. This is just a normal, straightforward. So hang on, can you use alternative? Because some of the old Unix utilities were actually pretty good at this. They could essentially do this. Fuck me. Let's see if that works. Some of them were very good at this. This one, it's not like that. So, okay, let's just search for that. sed escape backslash. Cannot get past it. You can't. I mean, surely there's a way to do this. But it's probably like this, no? Okay, so it really shouldn't be more difficult than this, really. But let's say we were to simplify this somewhat and say, you know, what if we do this? We replace it with nothing. Do we still have an unterminated? We do. So let's just examine the basics here. What if I say just hello? It could just be that I have some fundamental problem here. It's not that. I mean, this really should be. What if I remove this flag? Nope. How is this unterminated? You have got to be kidding me. This should be valid according to what I can see. So if we execute this out here, right? Let's say we have our build command, dot build, and then error pattern build commands dot JSON. Right? We have this, and now we're gonna say, hey, we're gonna run sed. We're gonna say we're doing a substitution, and for example, you know, if I just wanted to replace D's with C's, we could do, let's try this first, right? So these with C's, or yeah, with C's, like this. That works just fine. So we can use dots. Now if I do this, and I do this, we get an unterminated command. Do I have to? So what is this doing here? We have too many D's. There's too much D here. Let's just do tilde. Yeah, these are 2 backslashes, but now I'm replacing with 1 tilde. So really, I suppose we just need more of these. Holy shit. Well, that's an ugly pattern for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then G. Okay, I miscounted, I suppose, these. So we know that this pattern should work. I'll be honest, I don't know how many of these are in there. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Opa. I literally just executed this. You cannot be serious. There's just no way that you're serious with this. Okay. Is this, so is it different in a script maybe? Nope. Possibly not. This is strange though, right? I'm not the only one that feels like this. Yeah, that's a backslash there. I'm not good enough for the power of said, I think. Maybe. TR. So if we do this, just for simplicity's sake here, like that. And then we execute our script. Unexpected EOF. We're looking for matching quote. Let's get back to the end of string. It's not portal. We may or may not be running into why people don't do this. I don't know. Bash might be a little bit of a hiccup in all of this, you know? Maybe that is something to keep in mind. Oh, when not truncating. Okay. But if I do only one here, it's gonna complain. I'll just get backslash. It's not portable. Yeah, I mean, but if I do this, I just get the same amount. I get the same amount of backslashes. That's just not what we want at all. What's the correct amount of backslashes? Please, someone tell me. What is even happening here? I mean, this... I think I'm beginning to go insane with this a little bit, you know? We execute something in the terminal, it just works. I guess honestly, one of my problems here is that I think one of my problems is... Hang on, how many was that? I'm just... No. One of my problems is that we are clearly executing in a slightly different environment a little bit than what is actually what's supposed to be. This is really what we want, but we can't have that. That's not technology that we can have. Really? So hang on, let me copy this entire line actually. Actually, we had a sed line that kind of worked before. Sed s dot backslash 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 something like that. I mean, how exactly Did this not work before? Sed quote s dot this is literally exactly what I did before. I'm not seeing what's different here, to be honest. S dot 8 backslashes, because of course, that's what you do. And then a dot. 4 backslashes, because again, that's what you do. And then a dot, and then G. Unterminated S command. It works here. It works here. Why don't you ask an LLM? Well, we'll go there. Sure. Eventually. We'll go there. Obviously we want G there because that is what we're supposed to have. Let's do this actually. Opa. There you go. What does JQR do? Raw. If the filter's result is a string, then it will be written directly to standard output rather than being formatted as JSON string with quotes. Does that solve? Because the issue we were having was it couldn't read the file. Right, so it couldn't actually, it couldn't parse the file. So we have a file, this one, and when we had backslashes only, like not several here, it would basically not be able to even parse the file, so it couldn't actually do anything with it. Now, does that apply then, this JQR? Because if you search for raw here, right, I guess is what you're saying, raw output. And of course, we could do raw input because it was the input step that was the problem. But I suppose we could let's check this, right? Because you might be onto something in terms of the thing here, right? So if we do JQR, we basically just remove most of this here, and we do JQR like this. Oh yeah, you're right. So basically, we have to escape it in the JSON, but we can just use JQR for this. Yeah, okay. That's good news. In that case, we can obviously go here. We can keep this here the way it is, and -R. I think it doesn't really matter for the first one, to be honest. I don't foresee our build commands being full of escapes and so on and interesting things like that, so we're gonna leave that like as it is. There you go. Thank you. So about asking LLMs, because obviously this came up before, right? Because we were looking at something and we weren't really figuring out what was happening, what was going on. I don't remember what the thing was, and I made the point then that I don't necessarily like asking LLMs, going through tutorials and stuff too much, because it is a more, I would say, a more visceral experience when you learn things on your own, and you might end up learning them a little bit more, let's say, thoroughly, right? So I am fairly certain now that this raw output, there are two layers to this actually. One, really remembering to think more about the difference between backquotes and, $paren in your batch scripts, what they might actually mean, and so on. And also, I think I will probably remember this raw output flag a lot more, because this came at the end of actually looking at those things. I'm gonna do this also, by the way. I think that's better, being clearer. Well, so PKRs, this also goes back to something I said before. Streaming is a bad use of my time in general. I don't do these streams in order to get things done. That's not what they're for. If I wanted to get stuff done, I could get it done twice as fast if I didn't stream. I'm already here to basically waste time, if you think about it from that perspective. So that isn't really an argument, Streaming is not a good use of your time. Just for anyone who's out there who feels like maybe this would somehow be good for you or whatever, it is not. You have to stream for other purposes. It's to talk to people. It's to, for example, show people maybe how stuff gets done or not done, or how stuff gets debugged, etc., etc. It's for stuff like that. It has nothing to do with being productive at all. And so, honestly, streams and so on are basically for trivial things in general, I would say. It's just not the kind of thing where, obviously, if you want to actually get work done, I don't think that you'll be streaming to do that. Also, by the way, I see a bug. We have in fact not fixed this yet. I think the raw output flag, because we use that, let's just quote that here. Yeah. I think that's the solution. Much the reason we are good with tickets because we played around. Yes, I mean, and to be completely honest, like I said, I'm not here to get stuff done with the streams. That's not what they're for. I might do things that I want to do and that I wanted to kind of get done anyway. But the truth is, if I wanted to really get those things done, I could just sit down and just do them and not sit here and talk through things. Because surely you don't believe that I'm sitting here talking to myself literally all the time while programming. I mean, I do talk to myself when I work through things sometimes, but I'm certainly not explaining things all the time and so on while I'm doing things. All of that takes a lot of, time and energy and so on. But I do that because I want to do the streams. Right? I want to, have the conversations, have the back and forth. To be completely honest, like this whole, the thing that happens sometimes where people are just sort of sitting back and there's zero action in the chat, that is not the best part of a stream. In fact, if that was the only actual value, the only actual thing, I probably just wouldn't do the streams. Because some part of it is the whole interaction with people, right? And I do know that there are people who sort of, they come to the streams after, because of course they can't be here live or whatever, and they like having it on and so on. And then they like, the things that happen sometimes. But, some part is the live kind of factor here. But yeah, also, don't be so concerned with, making bad use of your time, to be completely honest. It would be a bad use of my time to sit here constantly prompting LLMs. That would be a bad use of my time, to be completely honest. And also taking what they say as somehow being kind of the truth is also a dangerous proposition in the end, to be honest. Once you start relying on them too much, most likely you'll find that a lot of your conceptions of what is going on in programs is actually wrong, because they've given you confident answers that don't match reality and so on. When you work out things yourself, I would say that there's a higher likelihood that you'll actually know what is going on and what the solution was to a thing and so on. So I get your point, but I think you're missing the point of why we're here. And if I were to do, let's say, LLM stuff, I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't sit here prompting, Claude or Codex or GPT-5.5, which is out now, and so on, because truth be told, I don't want to promote that in the world. I do have accounts. I have an OpenAI account. I have a Cursor account and so on, because of course I've tried a lot of these things and so on. But this channel is not for any of those things. And if I had to take a stand in any direction, it would certainly be unapologetically human, is what the channel is supposed to be. And with everything that implies. It means no over-prepared projects where I'm breezing through something that I actually did twice the week before or whatever, just to practice it or whatever it might be. It means very little editing. It means probably just not really dealing with LLMs at all on the channel, because I just don't want to. That's not what the channel is. The channel is just human. Doing human things with everything that implies. Inefficiency and all. Right? So, no, actually, now I've convinced myself. We're never going to spend our time wisely with LLMs. We're just not going to do that. And on the off chance that we might in the future do that at some point, it's going to be a local model that runs on my computer. So if you look at the bottom of this Tmux window, you'll see that it says Qwen 3.6 down there. And that's because I can run Qwen 3.6 at 8-bit quantization on this computer. 8 is pretty slow. I found that 6 actually is pretty snappy. So 6, Quant 6, and then a context window of 128,000, and so on. It's not that I can't use these things. I mean, I certainly can. I definitely choose not to, and that's really what the thing is. So yeah, I've convinced myself. Thank you for bringing this up so I could make a decision on this. We're just gonna be human, you know, with the downsides of being human, the upsides of being human, and that's really it. And that applies to everything, really. We're just fucking meat bags, you know, and that's fine. We're just gonna write code manually, and that's it, really. Let's see here. I did make some changes. Build. So if I make now, the file lookup was not found. Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. Never mind. That would be why. So here we can pick our build command. We pick build. First, let's echo some stuff. So we have opt make cmd, and also opt make pattern. I guess this kind of looks fine. Let's try make. That still doesn't work. That is annoying. Make next error. Debug. So can I auto wrap? Nope. No matches found. Oh yeah, this is the wrong regex. This is the wrong reg. Why would that be the wrong regex though? Hang on. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, I have to figure out. Yeah, we're not going to be able to set this as a window setting, right? Oh, by the way, I want to show that neat kind of. You get the error down there, the whole thing. And this is just the built-in stuff. We've done nothing here. We have no code intelligence whatsoever with this. And we're honestly pretty close to just being like, well, no, you can use it to just, you know, day to day doing Odin stuff. I mean, of course, we did fuck around in fucking Bash for millions of years. But at the same time, I'm not really concerned. So here though, what I want to do is set build command. We don't want to set it for the window. And here's a thing, right? So if we look at scopes, I guess description, I don't know. So scopes, we have window, context linked, and this one I don't really 100% get, to be honest. Link to the window displaying a buffer. The window. And it's like, well, maybe we just make it global. And that's it, to be honest. I think we just make it global. It's the easiest fix for sure, right? So here we could just do this, and it will likely just work. Like reliably, it will just work. Of course, like if you jump into another project, which I don't know why I would, to be honest. Like if I have a make command, I will just set that make command and so on. Obviously, I don't think that there's like why would we even set? It's fine that it's a global actually. Well, let's see how this shapes up, right? So now if I go into fossil build here, and we actually we go back here, we're just doing some stuff, and we're like pick build command, and then we set our build command, we make, and then we're like, oh, I have to jump to my error. So now I'm wondering, like, well, we're gonna just quit, ruin the entire context, and then do it again, right? So here we're now, we're gonna say build runner, pick build command, build, and make. There you go. Yeah, it just works. Now we can do this, we will get no errors, and everything is fine. Okay, so build stuff is fine. What more? The build stuff is really the most important thing, right? Because it will just tell you, like, well, you're mistaken about something, obviously, and you can actually jump reasonably to these errors and so on. What if we have multiple here? So we're just messing up all over the place. This doesn't work now. Why wouldn't it work with multiples? Error, make next error, jump next. Home runs code Odin fossil build runner trunk fossil build runner the Odin. No such file or directory. I beg to differ. So this is trying to edit. No, that's literally the file. Unless I'm missing something. 12, 13. Oh, is it getting the... well... Okay, maybe... I'm not entirely sure, but I think we're running into... Opa. So I think we may be running into the fact that these are not... No, they don't need to be spaced out, presumably. Like, what if I do this? It's really about matching here, this part here. what if I delete the rest of this? Right. Oh, how do I do that? Well, let's just do this for now. So now it works. If I go back to that file and undo this, and then if we delete this first one, it also works. But it does not work with multiples. Opa. This means the regex obviously is overmatching on things. So let's just do, this is what we came here with, right? So let's just do this. Let's see here, xclip, cell clipboard. Let's go to regex 101. Print this in, or put this in here. I suppose this would kind of suggest here that maybe there is a slight difference, because we are obviously matching pretty reasonably here. But that does lead me to wonder a little bit. Here we have GM. There could be a slight difference in this, of course. So we could, or rather F here, build JSON. How do I even, hang on. Can I set these flags? Because here we have dollar and stuff here, which I would have thought it just matches the end of the line, but we do see that maybe this is not kosher here. I mean, this can't be it though, right? Pick build command, build. No matches found. And just to confirm that we're not ending up in some no matches found. It is the correct regex. So before we did not in fact have that error happen. So clearly this now is because of the GM, right? How do I tell? Now this is a question. How do I even tell Cocoon about these flags? That is a curious question, right? Also, plus here, I had it back in Lua for a reason. I had this star, right? Because I originally started with plus, and then it became clear that that was a problem. Now, let's try this and see if that makes a difference though, because star is a greedy match, right? Whereas plus is a not so greedy match. It will match as much as it can while, for example, conforming to stuff like this and so on. So maybe that will make a difference. We'll see. I should be able to just make make open error. So let's see. This is interesting though, this no such file or directory. Because that is most certainly the path to that file. Like it's there. And there's nothing sort of subtly wrong with it either, right? It's not that. But yeah, so clearly here, edit, it's matching too much here, right? I don't know what edit is supposed to look like. This call here, evaluate commands, edit, but then it seems almost like it's getting just the whole thing. That's clearly not what we want. So I'm wondering here now if we set this manually, what would that do? What that dog doing? Set option. We can do this in just a buffer, I suppose. Make pattern. So here's what it is normally. I mean, we could just play around with this and see what works, and that would be it basically. I don't know that there's a difference between these. Did I screw something up when I added that second paren? I may have. But there should be a second paren. I mean, there definitely should be, yeah. So we have a group with we have a literal paren. First of all, we have the file name here. So literal file name, and that's just whatever plus, so dot plus, whatever plus, until we reach a parenthesis. And then inside of that parenthesis, obviously because we've reached one, we have a group that is any digit plus, meaning as much as we can match, until we reach a colon, and then that group that ends there. So that's the second group. And then we have another group of digits, again plus, until we reach a paren, right? This one. And then we have any kind of white space, just one white space here. And then an error message. And again, this is now greedily matched here, but we could try plus regardless. But with G and M as modifiers, this, because we have the dollar here, which is end of line, it should be able to just greedily match the rest. And so if we look at regex 101, we see that it's like this, right? That's what we're getting. So group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4. File name, line number, column, and then error message. So importantly, this actually means that we lose the rest here when we do it like this, which is, I'm prepared to, you know, pay that cost. That's not the biggest of deals, to be completely honest. I'm more concerned with, obviously, that this shit just doesn't seem to actually work out in general. So we're more concerned with that. But even if we, let's say we did a plus here, this wouldn't make a difference necessarily, right? The white space here is interesting. Like, what if we just put a space there? I guess that works, but I'm not entirely sure what the, you know, maybe we just do this to simplify the regex. Let's try that first of all. Also, let's do a plus here and on the dot. Opa. And let's try this, I suppose. We can always try more stuff. Space mn, that does not work. And the error that we are getting is, again, I think we're overmatching here, right? So we're overmatching on all of this stuff. We have one big edit command with literally all of the text until the next error. Actually, we're even capturing, I think, the next file name, which is odd, right? And it really shouldn't be the case, to be honest. So what do we do about that? We come up with something here. Dollar here is not working out. We can say that much. Curious why I had this before. Yeah, that just plain doesn't actually work at all. So it is obviously the case that we want the paren here. Capture groups must be 1, file name, 2, line number, 3, optional column, 4, optional error description. And that is definitely what we're going for. Definitely what we're going for. And by any logic here, if this dollar is to be trusted, we should be seeing that this should be matching, right? You don't need to escape dollars. I haven't seen this be a thing clearly, right? So the interesting thing about this now was that this was also not... so maybe, okay. Cocoon make error pattern. End of line. I am a little bit curious about this. If there's any, maybe there's a problem here with like end. Because it matters how they are expecting these regexes to look, right? Clearly dollar here is not working. So is there, let's see, regex syntax for end of line? Because it could be that there's some alternative representation of this, you know. Obviously, the one I think most about is dollar, because it's just the way things usually are. I mean, and this really does not take any parameters here, right? Like this. Let's see, M, for example. No. Oh, no. If we don't have the dollar, I mean, that doesn't make any sense, right? No, we're still getting. So dollar $Z gave us effectively the same thing. I mean, surely there is a new line there. We can see that there's a new line there. Why aren't we matching that? So hang on, let's see. Cocoon pass modifiers to make error pattern. So hang on, I might be missing some options. So, I mean, I thought that this was going to be the only one. Set option, buffer, make. No. Oh. Aha. So this is interesting though, right? I might have a way we can at least diagnose this. So I don't know if we can insert this here like this. I'm hoping that we can. We cannot do that. Okay. So I think the code might be doing it this way though. Execute keys. So just to give some context what I'm looking at. Hidden, so this define command make jump. Evaluate commands try, right? So it tries this. Execute keys GL a question mark. So let's do that, right? So GL question mark search extend like this. And that's why we're matching the entire thing. But why though? GL, first of all, that's just go to the end and then the question mark. Oh no, hang on, it's alt question mark, sorry. Extend with previous given regex match. Okay, let's execute the exact command that they want to do. We can literally just do that actually. Let's say we're here. Doesn't matter, to be honest. Execute keys GL a question mark opt make error pattern. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure this is the part that's imperative here. Maybe I should look at the code as it looks right now instead. Make jump. Alias buffer jump, make jump. One more match. Okay, this is the one we want. Thank you GitHub for being so incredibly clear about what the fuck I'm looking at. Define command, hidden make jump. Make open error is also good to look at, I suppose. Evaluate commands, say regs, evaluate commands draft. Execute keys, comma. So entering directory. Try to parse the error into capture groups, failing on absolute paths. What the fuck is this? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? I have to confess I'm finding this a slight bit hard to follow. I don't understand where this came from. Why aren't we using our make error pattern here? Where did that go? I mean, it's here, but what are we doing? Set register, right? So okay, I guess. So I think they're saving it here because that's where you get your selection, like your default selection from when you do S, right? So you have a selection, and then you say S for regex match on that, right? So if we illustrate this, first of all, let's do this. All selections wrapped. I don't know what that even means. So, but let's say we have this, right? And we press S, and then we press N. Now we have selected all of the N's, right? So if we go to what they did, they saved something in a register. Let's examine that, right? Because I think maybe this stuff is good to know, right? So set register slash, and this is just some register, right? What if I put, you know, F here? And then we say S. Now F is it there, right? So that's why they're setting that register, because that's where the standard, the default already existing search term in your selection is stored there. So they're using this as a variable, effectively. And they're setting backslash uppercase A to anchor, like this is the start of the selection. So what have they done before that? This is the selection we have at this point. Now, granted, there's this execute keys here, which of course, like honestly, I don't know. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on. So, you know, well, let's take this slowly because I think we're having a tough time. So GHGE. Now we can see what happens. So G and then H, line begin. Bam, we went to the beginning of the line. But then uppercase G, extend to, and then E, right? So E is buffer end. So they're selecting the entire buffer. And then Yeah, it's the cable is loose here, and whenever I accidentally touch it, basically, sometimes OBS doesn't realize that the mic is still connected, so that's why. So hang on, what if we put this here, %s. We're making progress, but it's unclear now to me. It is unclear now to me why are we still matching the next file name, right? Because this is now, this dot is supposed to not match new lines anymore. So now I'm just confused about that, to be honest, because, and we can also apply that to the group, so that's cool, I suppose. But now I'm kind of, it's unclear to me why. Because I thought that the documentation was clear that this should not match new lines, but I'm seeing several new lines being matched here. So that's confusing, I would say. But maybe we're onto something still, like, you know, I think that that's probably, you know, it's certainly the closest we've been to something that makes sense. And the actual error we're getting now is still that we're matching too much of the thing, right? I mean, we saw that in the matching, literally, right? So that was GH, GE, like this, and then the match here. So now, if we can make this work, we could potentially do this. So let's go back to our doc regex, and see if we can find something that actually does the thing. Hugo, it's going fine. We are struggling with Cocoon to figure out how Cocoon does stuff, is what I would say. But I am not unhappy with it. I would say I'm, given some of the, let's say, attitudes around this, I feel honestly like I've definitely, at this point, I think dealing with these things and so on, I think honestly kind of actually makes me a little bit happy, to be honest, that we can just have that kind of experience of not sitting there constantly feeling like we're going to have to ask an LLM constantly, and then, you know, having to ask the robot like, oh, what does this mean? And then assuming that it's telling the truth and so on, when it has no concept of truth. It was not lowercase s. I actually tried this, but we can, so GH, GHGE. So here, when we did lowercase s, it did nothing, right? What we really want is for it to stop at the right side. But here, unfortunately, we're just getting so much of all of this stuff. Yeah, I honestly, I would like here to just say this, GM. This means, you know, global match, and then M means multi-line, because that means that this dollar will be respected and this dot will not match new lines. Unfortunately, we have not been able to do that. That's where we are right now. So yeah, Now we just kind of have to figure out like what is the magic invocation here, because yeah, surely you can't put it before this, right? That would be crazy. Yeah, you can't put it before that, but you can put it before the dot, right? Because the dot is the thing that's being matched. Like, oh, I have to remove GM here. This is as far as we've gotten with this. And it doesn't apparently matter that we put it out here, you know. The S here doesn't actually matter, lowercase s. It's probably not an, you know, bug in the implementation. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. You would think that this was enough, because I'm seeing so many new lines here. We literally are telling this group here, you should not match new lines. Like, stop doing that. So I am a little bit confused about that, I will say. The flags apply to the thing that comes next. But you do make a good point still. Surely it's not this. That's the... Oh my god. So the first group was matching everything. It was just straight up matching everything. Even though we have a literal, actual, honest to God parenthesis here, which doesn't make sense to me at all. But this is probably still the first group though. Right? I think that's still the first group. Because if we tried this, right? Let's say we change this, right? Because now we're on to something, surely. We make our make error pattern here, %s here, like this. We don't really modify anything else. It is what it is, like this, right? And then we say space mn, space mn. Oh my god, it works. Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. I don't know what to say. I don't really know what to say, because I don't. Okay, so let's go over this, right? Because I think I don't fundamentally understand this dot. We have a paren here. This should be a paren. Right? And so if we try this out and we do this this like this, right? And we just try just that pattern. Plus like this. And now we can see that everything is still matched, obviously. Now if I do paren here, no change whatsoever. I do this. Suddenly we're matching this paren here. Which, okay, I guess that's just the issue. And we were matching the whole thing beyond that because, yeah, okay, I suppose. But then I maybe don't understand why this solves it. Well, I suppose the regex engine is putting this together. Yeah, so the anchor at the beginning, the backslash uppercase A, is like selection begin. Yeah, this has to be the beginning of the entire selection. Which when we do Shift G, that's what we have, right? Shift G E. What I don't really get is that the literal paren does not. No, I mean, I guess I could have been more accurate here, right? Maybe this is an accuracy issue. Because if we're being completely fucking honest, I'm being a little bit lazy here, right? I'm being a little bit lazy here. If I instead said, we can have slashes, which I guess would be this. We can have word characters. Actually, let's do a group here, rather. Not group. Class. We can have slashes, which maybe you don't need to escape. We can have word characters. I don't need to escape these, right? And we can have literal dots, dashes. This should be fine, right? We could say we don't want spaces. We can't have spaces, which on my file system would certainly be fine. I don't use spaces at all. In fact, if we're being completely pedantic here, but now we're matching a bunch of shit even still. And I've literally said we want word characters, dots, dashes, underscores. Why are we matching everything here? What am I missing? Let's see here. I was watching a video of yours and I got interested. How did you override your fonts in Firefox? I haven't. I just installed a font and it's just fucking it's in a bunch of places. I couldn't tell you. Maybe it's like a fallback, because I don't have the font that the website wants me to have, so I get the font that is just standard sans serif or something. Basically, something like that. There's zero configuration going into this. I once made a game about regexes. That's a good idea. I'm not a fan of regexes. Oh yeah. No, we were using regex 101. In fact, that's how we got to our regex before. And that really, this is how I got to that. I always use regex 101 when I'm doing this shit because I can't figure it out normally, right? And this just helps with the color coding and everything. But of course, the difference here is that this sets multi-line here and so on. So you kind of don't end up in the same kind of situation, to be completely honest. Why are we... Oh. Hang on. Right, this is selecting everywhere. In the whole thing. But I still would have thought that this paren would have helped things, right? Because clearly this cannot match everywhere. Oh, that escape doesn't even work. Let's see here. That escape does not work. Yeah, you can change them in regex 101, but it's just I mean, obviously multi-line is exactly the type of flag we want here. Okay. Why aren't we getting dashes though? This is definitely a dash. Do I have to escape dashes? I do have to escape dashes. So this is my point about maybe this is maybe, just maybe, this I could have just been more specific and we wouldn't have any of these issues. If I was just more specific from the beginning, we probably could have saved ourselves just a whole lot of time here, right? But of course, this is now a great memory, because now we can, you know. So here we definitely could have this flag, right? Because if we do this now, we will just match everything. But then if we say %s, we get the same result as before. Oh yeah, A to Z, A to, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Well, plus is not only that though. It's not as greedy as star. That's kind of the point as well. And again, I think the main issue here is not being specific enough. I think it's actually the main issue. Because clearly, like, we could have just done it like this. This covers, I don't know, approximately every Odin code base I have worked on, presumably. Because we certainly don't need a bunch of special characters, to be completely honest. And even if we had, adding a space here does really nothing to ruin that either. And you're not going to be using percentage or whatever it might be. That's just not going to happen, right? Am I going to compete in Carl's Jam next weekend? I have no idea that there was a jam, and I probably will not know. Unlikely. Not because I hate game jams or whatever. That's not the case. Let's copy this. How do I copy something from my select here? Well, we do it this way. Well, I can't actually copy it that way. Well, okay, I'm gonna abort, cancel. Let's go to our build commands JSON and just make sure that we sort this shit out now, first of all, and have that working. Because otherwise we'll forget about this and I'll have to redo a bunch of shit. So let's say we are in our dir file here and we say pick build command. We choose build because we're gonna build. We say make, and now we can go between errors. And they are neatly displayed in the bottom left. Well, like I said before, so I don't think, I'm not going to say that it's learning via using LLMs and so on is impossible. This is obviously not the case, and that's not my point with anything. But what I was saying before was this channel, the streams and the stuff. The streams are not here for me to get stuff done. Like, that's just a thing. I have not tried Jai, no. I would probably try it, but I also don't see the point, to be completely honest. Yeah, asking for the result and then being like, oh, I'm going to copy paste this is definitely not going to be, that's not the solution for pretty much anything, right? So my point mostly before was, I don't want the channel to be, if I had to make a choice right now for in any direction, I would say I want the channel to be maximally human. And that's it. And that means taking everything that comes with. As in, am I possibly going to sit here struggling with how JQ parses backslashes in JSON? Maybe. Am I possibly going to sit here and struggle with how Cocoon, which I've used for 2 days, deals with regexes? Absolutely. And that's fine. It's fine, to be honest. Because, I'm quite sure that in the grand scheme of things, you could go to probably a million places where people are super happy to just not, let's say, be maximally human in this respect, right? And obviously, it's not for everyone. It's definitely not for everyone. Because it also involves, like, there's zero editing. I don't prepare any of these things. And I'll be honest, you can tell when someone has prepared something and they're supposedly doing it for the first time on a stream and so on. But because this is just sort of, we're just hanging out. Just being human, in our best Mark Zuckerberg type of, way. No, I'm sorry. I just can't stop thinking about how Mark Zuckerberg is sort of like insisting on using the word human when, there's obviously a disconnect there. But, yeah, I think in the grand scheme of things, I'm not interested in having a stream where we, 10, 15 minutes passes and now we're going to consult Claude about this. I'm just not interested. I mean, like I said before, if you look at the bottom of the screen, what is there? Qwen 3.6. Because I can run it on my machine. I have that locally. I also have 2 different subscriptions to LLM fucking companies. And I also have OpenRouter. Trust me, I am fully capable of just starting Pi and asking an LLM to either solve it for me or give me the solution or teach me why Cocoon's regexes are the way they are. I'll be honest, so far the LLMs do not do very well with Cocoon. I will say that. So far, it has not been a thing. I have asked them to compile markdown documents about all kinds of stuff, and there are some outright lies in there that don't make any sense, I'll be honest, because Cocoon is just not very popular, let's be honest. Even though, they have found stuff on the internet, they don't necessarily always seem to make sense of it either, I'll be honest. What little I have read of these documents, it does not fill me with confidence that they could explain stuff to me necessarily, to be completely honest. And some of the source material, there's this Igor Razamov or something. He has a website that is just like, it's just a Cocoon documentation. It explains nothing. not more than the documentation. I can already read the documentation in the program. But yeah. Yeah, the prepared kind of thing, it is it's an odd thing, right? Because why would we want that? I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure that anyone really wants that, to be completely honest, but I have seen it a fair amount in while sort of, because I used to watch programming streams and stuff. And, you know, I've watched ones where clearly it wasn't like prepared or whatever, but it was maybe... No, I mean, yeah, the ones that aren't prepared, I like them, even if maybe what they're doing is like they're not, they're super in the know of that thing. Like I remember, for example, so for those who might not know, there's a language called PureScript. And PureScript started out as a language that compiled to JavaScript. But it was based on Haskell, basically. But it was Haskell with the twist on it was that I say these things as if it doesn't exist anymore. It exists still. But so the twist of PureScript is that it has row types. Row types are effectively objects in the type system with a label and a type. So the thing you can do is you can build up these objects in the types. So you could, for example, say, it was a very early way to say like this function can do DOM manipulation. It can read from local storage and so on. It was very interesting as a language, right? And Phil Freeman, the guy that made this language, he had these just really great streams where he just took something that was written in jQuery and just said, let's rewrite this in PureScript. And I really liked those streams because surely it wasn't prepared, but Phil Freeman made the language. He was very well, situated to work with this, right? And it just felt so real still, even though for him it was obviously very easy. And it's a pretty mechanical thing. You look at some JavaScript, you translate it into PureScript. There's not that much to it. But I really liked watching that whole process. It's so nice, to see someone's actual kind of workflow and so on. Now, he was struggling honestly with the tooling sometimes. I thought that was also a very human kind of thing where the tooling kind of, he was using Atom, if people remember this. So GitHub made an editor called Atom that was made in Electron, and it was just a piece of shit, sort of, right? Where performance was not super great always and stuff like this. It was not a great editor. And he was using the PureScript mode for Atom, which honestly, it seemed pretty nice. But I think it was breaking a few times in the stream. And that was also one of those things where, it is kind of nice somehow to just sort of see that kind of, oh, this is breaking, I just like kind of sometimes this whole thing. After 15 years of using only Vim, I recently went back to a very minimal homebrew Emacs clone without any fancy features. Now you are not any more odd than I am. For example, what am I doing here? Like I am 38 years old and suddenly I'm using Cocoon of all things. And to be completely honest, it feels as much as we struggled right now with just getting like, hey, I just want to browse some errors, dude. As much as we struggled with that, I am actually really psyched to be building something with this editor. Like an actual, like this is going to be my development environment. And that really feels different, because I'll be honest, like ever since, so the first time I used Vim, I was in high school. I was like, I don't know, 17, 18. I was running FreeBSD on a laptop that had 200 megahertz processor in it. And I used Vim, I used an editor called Jed also, which was like an alternative to Emacs. I didn't really get any of this, right? But so I used Vim at the time, and that's how I'm kind of learning Vim. I think that was those years were probably the last time I had a Vim experience that felt like my own. Because it was not featureful. Definitely it was not featureful, but it was it also didn't depend on anyone else. It didn't depend on a bunch of tools constantly fucking working, and so on. And that's kind of what I want to get back to with Cocoon. Right? It's when tools stop working, it's my fault. That's what I want in the end. I just want it to be my fault when shit breaks. And for the longest time, I have not had this with NeoVim. And especially lately, it fucking breaks all the time, I feel. You know? Like it's tedious. It's kind of tedious to use NeoVim now, I feel. And I don't know exactly what the thing was. I think Tree Sitter really was kind of when I felt like, okay, fuck this a little bit. Oh, hang on. Did I... Oh, I didn't change this. I've been sitting here talking for so long. I didn't change any of these. Oh, argf. What am I doing? So let's try our Kakoune foo here. Yeah. I have to get used to this as well. Semicolon to move the selection only to the cursor, right? This whole selection thing is just, and I keep pressing X when I really mean D. Oh, it is hard to unlearn so many years of Vim. And I guess I also have like a particular kind of Vim, because I've learned Vim about the same way that I'm learning Cocoon now. Right? I'm not, reading a bunch of tutorials and stuff. I want this to be kind of, I want to discover the things that make sense. And even, it's obvious stuff as well. It's not even crazy stuff. Like at some point, I was like, okay, how do I mark several lines? Because in Vim, obviously I do Shift V and then I just move up and down, right? I select multiple lines that way. Works beautifully, right? Here, if you do Shift V, it's like view, lock. Okay, that doesn't work. How can you select the whole line? Well, you can do it with X, right? So here, now, it would seem, oh, we can do that. What about when I move up? So that doesn't work. But you have to then think, what am I actually doing? What does X do, right? If we look at X, extend selections to whole lines. This is also why Clippy is useful. Because it says this X extends selections to whole lines. So we do the selection first, right? And then we press X. So it doesn't matter now which order we do this in. Man. And this is trivial. This is super trivial stuff. This would not even register to someone who has used Cocoon as being something that you have to even think about. But you have to consider. I've been doing things a certain way for so long. I've never needed to think about that particular aspect of anything, right? And discovering these things, I think, is imperative for appreciating what a tool can do for you. Because this could be a footnote somewhere in a fucking tutorial, and I would just read that, oh, okay. But now it felt like something I discovered, something where I'm like, we have to rethink things. We can't just, we have to rethink how we put these things together. We have to then put that into, our brain, that these things do not work like Vim. We will not treat them like Vim. And if we rethink how we do things, we will walk away from this with a new way of doing things. So yeah, that's an aspect of this that I think it's easy to think that you always have to read tutorials and so on to kind of get a head start on whatever you're doing, but you really don't. I wouldn't have jumped to Cocoon if I currently had a bunch of shit to do. I'm jumping to Cocoon and jumping in the pool right now because I do have time. I have the willingness, the energy to actually give this a fair shake. That's also why we're maximizing building the things ourselves. Because we could install CAC-LSP and then just use OLS, but we're not going to do that because we want to get the raw experience of building our own thing. With that in mind, what are the next steps that we want to do here? The next steps. So we have the build thing, and for some approximation of works, it works. I think that a big problem these days, be it editor, AI, or Node, people want to acquire plugins, packages, tools instead of knowledge and experience. Yes, and a lot of that has to do with pain as well. Things are not taken in when there's no struggle necessarily. Like sometimes it can be bad to not feel some level of struggle with things and so on. But because we just go to this ready-made experience, easy, unearned results, and so on, I think that really fucks everything up for a lot of people. And it's about to get worse, right? It's about to get a whole lot worse. You will have people who think that just because they wrote a really detailed spec, they created the thing. And that's, in many cases, that's going to be far from the truth. They couldn't debug that thing if you gave them $1 million fucking dollars. And that's going to be a crazy thing to see out in the wild. Because a lot of I view spec-driven development as basically dressing vibe coding up in just a really nice dress, and a lot of people I see talk about this. They talk about it as if these are two wildly different things, and they really are not. Just to give some context to this, I used to work with this programmer. He was my lead at Crytek. So, and this was in 2017. So I figured out after some point that he's just not a good programmer. And one of the reasons was because he just never made anything on his own at all. But he was really attached to this idea of architecture, like, which was ironic because I don't think he could really like architect solutions anyway, right? Because if you don't make stuff, you don't know how to architect solutions. But it was as if sort of he knew how to say some words that had to do with these things and so on. And I think to a large extent, the people who, first of all, who become architects in companies are often like this. They can sort of broad stroke a solution to a problem with zero actual knowledge of the internals of any of this stuff. It's essentially Fantasyland bullshit. We actually had an architect at a contracting firm that I worked at later that was exactly this type of person. He was hired as an architect, but what he could architect, I don't know. It was he had absolutely zero idea how to actually build a functioning backend in any language, pretty much. So I'm not entirely sure what the fuck he could architect, but and I think a lot of the people who are really attached to spec-driven development right now are people who fancy themselves really good architects and think somehow that this is somehow like a valid thing. But it's not. It's really not, to be honest. It's mostly bullshit. Seniors are the ones, like actual seniors who sit down and actually build the things and do the work. Those are the ones who can architect things because that's what they do. Having a paper that says it should be this structure and blah, 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 it means nothing. That's not meaningful, pretty much. And spec-driven development is essentially just that, but you're doing it with LLMs. So just to clarify, that's what I'm talking about that people are doing now. Spec-driven development is basically, they don't want to call it vibe coding. It's just really, it's vibe coding with a bunch of extra steps and slightly better results, pretty much. Yeah, that sounds to me like a typical software architect at a company that basically knows nothing about what any of this stuff kind of, what it means for the experience, the development, and so on. Like it's usually rote solutions to basic bullshit problems that they can kind of navigate those. But so, for example, the guy that became a software architect after he was my lead at Crytek, the only thing he actually knew how to do, and the only thing he probably still knows how to do, I don't think he's improved in the least, he glues libraries together. That's it. Doesn't know how to implement anything. He doesn't know how to do anything, pretty much. And the thing is, like, they can finish stuff, but it's never actually their own code. If you consider like what they actually do is they're just sort of kludging together bullshit. But that guy, he's actually, at least he does programming, or he did at some point. But when he did programming, the only thing he actually did was glue together libraries, and that's it. And I'll be honest, there's just, what I'm seeing from most of the people who fancy themselves doing spec-driven developments and so on is exactly this type of kind of attitude around programming, that sort of broad strokes being able to say what the solution should be, that's somehow what a senior is. And that's not actually the case. Right? An actual senior programmer is someone who can actually implement the thing, not just sort of vaguely talk about the shape of the thing. I've met project managers who can vaguely talk about the shape of the thing. It's not it's not meaningful, right? It's just not meaningful. I got really fired up about this. I don't know why. It fucking bugs me, to be honest. Just that guy in particular, to be completely honest. It's how can you work for so long in an industry and just be so inept at anything that, I just do not understand. Anyway, what are our next steps for this? I am really interested in making autocomplete for, by the way, this is not going to be done today. It's 2041 here currently. And how long have I been live? 5 hours. Yeah, I'm a little bit, It's taking some level of energy here, I will not lie. But what we can do, what we can do is we make a program, right? So here's where we're going to get into the real fucking hardcore Cocoon stuff, right? So Cocoon has a way to talk to live processes that send stuff back to Cocoon and so on. Cocoon sends information, they send stuff back. What we're going to try to do is we're going to make a program that essentially receives from Cocoon, like, I am in this file at this position, so line and column. Here's what my temporary file looks like, because we also are going to have to work with a temporary file, because oftentimes you're working in a dirty buffer, right? And then we're going to try to provide autocomplete for, we're going to start with imports. So for example, I'm in a file that has imported strings, right? Core strings. And we are going to make a program that basically says, oh, you are matching on a word that is one of your imports. Strings dot. And we're gonna provide autocomplete for functions first, so procedures, right? And then we're gonna add, types. And that's the next step in this. Honestly, if we can solve that, we're like 70% of the way. Because completely, without even kidding, the normal autocomplete for words really does really well so far with Cocoon. Because it checks like in every buffer you have open. It can even autocomplete entire lines if you want, and so on. So I think honestly the normal autocomplete is pretty good. It's pretty nice. So once we have solved, like, hey, I have an import from core, for example, or another package, really, it doesn't matter so much. Then once we have that, we have really kind of solved a big part of what we're missing, because we can get autocomplete for like our own function names, all that kind of stuff. That's not really even a problem. So I think that's going to be the idea. Really, I think it's because they don't know any other way. It's more like a... Yeah. I mean, it's a lack of, I think, even just considering that you should care, mostly. I think, yeah. But yeah, so again, it's getting a little bit late. I'm probably a little bit drained at the moment. So I'm going to see. I might be back tomorrow. We're definitely going to be doing more Cocoon. So if someone, is not really up for that, that's fine. We're going to do Cocoon with Odin import completions. So we're going to reuse the code from a previous stream where we were parsing packages. That's going to come in handy. All of this connects. You write some code in one stream, it shows up in another stream. Beautiful, right? So we're going to use that parser that parses packages and gives you types and stuff. We're going to repurpose that for completions for Cocoon. And that's going to be really, really cool. Now, we're probably going to have to, debug our understanding of how Cocoon deals with this stuff, mind you. So there's going to be some really intense staring at screens and so on. So if you're not into that, it's going to be a tough time probably. But we're making progress. We are moving towards something that is our own, something that is controllable, something that doesn't rely on someone else's GitHub repo. And that's going to be really cool. And by the way, I really do recommend trying out Cocoon. You don't have to go hardcore. You don't have to be some purist like I am trying to be with all of this stuff. Cocoon has CAC-LSP. You can just connect LSP servers to it. You can use OLS. I really do recommend trying this stuff out. I find this pretty cool because some of these tools I have never heard of. Yeah, Cocoon is not popular. It's definitely not popular. Fossil is not popular either. And again, like I said previously, I'm not trying to be a hipster. I actually do believe in these things. And also, like I said, Cocoon is an experiment to me. It's an incredibly interesting experiment. And I really, like I said before also, I am, even though there are parts of it where I'm like, wow, we are struggling. And this is tough. I'm, not smart enough to figure out some of these things, obviously in time, right? But I still feel really, really good about where we're moving towards. Are we moving as fast as we could? No, it's fine. But we are definitely moving in an interesting direction. And this experiment is proving really interesting in general. Even some of the parts where I'm like, I'm a little bit skeptical about this, I'm getting around to them a little bit, I'm definitely kind of feeling like, even some of the things that I was like, this does not seem like a good idea. I'm definitely warming up to some of them. I'm still a little bit iffy on this stuff here. You have a try, and then you execute some keys, and if that fails, you go down to catch, and it's like, well, and you're supposed to just figure out what the keys are supposed to be here, like to make a selection. It's definitely a mode of thinking that I have not seen before, How do you find Fossil? I've only briefly looked at it. Git and work things, yeah. I really like it. I like that it's a GitHub in a box, right? GitHub in one binary. And you just get GitHub. You get your forum, you get your wiki, you get your tickets, /issues, whatever you want to call them. That whole thing I really like, especially for non-programmers, to be completely honest. It sounds weird, but I think for non-programmers, Fossil is probably better than most VCSs. In terms of so just take this with a grain of salt. I haven't done any interesting we have a merge conflict, everything is fucked. How do we deal with this? None of that, right? What I will say is I think it's easier to deal with that in Fossil because you are continuously syncing with a remote if you have autosync on. So if you leave autosync on, you kind of you're probably more likely to be up to date, day to day. I'll be honest, there are times when I haven't updated main in a week, 2 weeks in Git, when I probably should have. So there are some defaults that I actually do genuinely think like this is better. But I haven't solved any, of these hairy kind of like, we have a merge problem that is really fucking bad. I don't know if you get those in Fossil. I'm guessing that you can, obviously. Like it's merge conflicts are a reality unless you have a really good patch-based system and so on. No binary versioning support of any value. Don't use it for that. The only thing that you have is Fossil UV. So Fossil UV is unversioned files. So if you set a file to be unversioned, it's always just going to be that version. Like there's no diffing at all whatsoever. It's in the repo and you'll get it, right? Zero versioning whatsoever. It will warn you if you're trying to commit binary files and so on. But now, no, binary versioning and stuff, no. Really not the main... I don't think they even want to be completely honest. I kind of feel like I kind of would want to even run per force, but yeah, that's not happening. I heard Unreal has a versioning system, Well, not Unreal, maybe. No, maybe even Unity has a. It's either Unreal, like Epic, beta versioning system for games. That's supposedly a bit more modern and so on. That certainly will deal with assets like easily. But I don't think I know any good alternatives at the moment, to be completely honest, for this type of stuff. What I would do in a moderately small game, I suppose, is moderately small, meaning like, yeah, we don't have a ton of like big assets that certainly don't need versioning. I would just use unversioned files in Fossil. For a bigger game, I think just setting up an external asset server is the only solution. And then just having like, there are two checkouts. There's the normal classic VCS checkout, and then there's the asset checkout. And they don't at all really have anything to do with each other. You could probably match them. Like, what's the asset set for a git commit SHA? Maybe. Or something. But yeah, I don't know any good solutions for this, to be honest, which is very sad. We are in 2026. And I would like to think that I keep track of things reasonably well. But then again, you know, there could be beautiful solutions out there that work perfectly and they're all open source. And I'm just, you know, a moron sitting here thinking he knows something. But, you know, probably there are solutions out there that solve this. It's just that obviously I'm more familiar with classic VCSs. So, yeah, Git LFS is I mean, certainly I don't know what they do internally. I would say I haven't heard good things from people who care about this, is the thing. Yeah, I think honestly having, so if you know your data format for a lot of assets and so on, you are more likely than anyone else to be able to diff those properly and so on. And then you can diff source artifacts, and you can then put basically just blobs in some kind of blob stores, whatever you want it to be, for the really baked versions and so on. So you have source artifacts that you can diff more easily that are not actually baked, and you can even come up with your own protocol for diffing them. And they can have asset numbers, asset sequence numbers, whatever you want to call it, right? So you have an asset ID, and you have a sequence ID for that asset. That asset meaning you can refer to a number tuple as being that specific asset at that specific time, and so on. But yeah, I don't know. This is also very speculative, right? This type of stuff. I don't know. It's an interesting problem, though. There's definitely solutions here that you could come up with that would not be super hard to make, I think. It depends entirely on like what are you working with, right? Because again, it has to do with like what are you versioning in the end, and so on. The actual solution, once you know exactly what you're working with, maybe it's not that bad actually to make yourself. Just the asset part of the whole thing. Because again, I think you can use Fossil or Git or whatever in tandem with an asset versioning system. And you can actually kind of make those work together. You can even link them, like I said, but I don't know. This is probably a problem worth solving. If nothing else, it would be a very good learning experience in many ways, I think. Someone else can solve it, and then give the solution to me. That would be great. But yeah, Anyway, I'm sure you all are getting very tired as well. Being that even the ones who have been here a short time have probably been on the stream for like 2 hours. So I'm going to end it here. I'm probably going to be back to, honestly, fuck it. We're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to do some Cocoon bullshit. It's going to be good. I might start earlier tomorrow. And then we're probably going for like 6 hours tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, we're doing Cocoon stuff. It's exciting. Everything is super exciting. We're having fun. For some version of fun. And we're also going to be talking about LLMs and stuff. Because it just comes up. So anyway, that's my wife in the chat right now. So I'm she's probably saying, giving me the evil eye through a couple of walls right now. Because we have to go eat. But yeah, have a great day, evening, night, whatever it is now for you guys. And hopefully I'll see some of you guys tomorrow. We're going to do Cocoon stuff. Super exciting. Have a good one.